All right, good evening. The time is 6:02 p.m. It is May 15th, 2023. This is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Argyle ISD Board of Trustees. This time we'll determine if a quorum is present.
Leona McDade, present.
Josh Western, present.
Richie Deffenbaugh, present.
Matt Slayton, present.
Kurt Hawksworth, present.
John Bitter, present.
Hi, Sam Slayton, present. We do have a quorum established. At this time, I will canvass the results of the May 6, 2023 School Board of Trustee election. Argyle Independent School District Trustee, Place 1. And I apologize, I'm reading every precinct for all candidates. So, in Precinct 3141, Tori Ryan 2, Craig Hawksworth 1. Precinct 3142, Tori Ryan 21, Craig Hawksworth 70. Precinct 4183, Tori Ryan 20, Craig Hawksworth 115. Precinct 4184, Tori Ryan 0, Craig Hawksworth 0. Precinct 4184, Tori Ryan 12, Craig Hawksworth 19. Precinct 4184, 51, Tori Ryan 70, Craig Hawksworth 313. Precinct 4196, 28, Tori Ryan 83, Craig Hawksworth 71. Precinct 4196, 50, Tori Ryan 619, Craig Hawksworth 146. Precinct 4197, Tori Ryan 134, Craig Hawksworth 382. Precinct 4198, Tori Ryan 157, Craig Hawksworth 495. Precinct 419850, Tori Ryan 52, Craig Hawksworth 130. 4207, Tori Ryan 21, Craig Hawksworth 94. 4208, Tori Ryan 272, Craig Hawksworth 171. 4209, Tori Ryan 0, Craig Hawksworth 2. 4217, Tori Ryan 39, Craig Hawksworth 20. Total votes Tori Ryan 1,502. Total votes Craig Hawksworth 2,029. Argyle Independent School District Trustee, Place 2. Precinct 3141. Nick Reynolds 2. Leanne Artho 1. Precinct 3142. Reynolds 33. Artho 64. 4183. Reynolds 23. Artho 112. 4184. 01, Reynolds 0, Artho 0, 4184 50, Reynolds 13, Artho 19, 4184 51, Reynolds 61, Artho 323, 4196 28, Reynolds 98, Artho 60, 4196, Reynolds 644, Artho 129, 4197, Reynolds 120, Artho 402, 4198, 01, Reynolds 175, Artho 482, 4198, Reynolds 58, Artho 123, 4207, Reynolds 18, Artho 98, 4208, Reynolds 300, Artho 155, 4209, Reynolds 1, Artho 1, 4217, Reynolds 42, Artho 17. Totals Reynolds 1,588, Artho 1,986. Last but not least, Argyle Independent School District Trustee, Place 3. Precinct 3141, Slayton 2, 3142, Slayton 77, 4183, Slayton 103, 4184, Slayton 0, 4184 50, Slayton 27, 4184 51, Slayton 322, 4196 28, Slayton 122, 4196 50, Slayton 528, 4197, Slayton 402, 4198, Slayton 517, 4198 50, Slayton 146, 4207, Slayton 79, 4208, Slayton 341, 4209, Slayton 1, 4217, Slayton 41. Total 2,708 votes. All right, we have been canvassed. So now we will install elected trustees, take the oath of office. Here we go. All right. Trustee, place one.
Come around there.
You want to use my family to support you?
Yeah. You can bring your family up.
They have the ortho family.
I, Craig Hawksworth, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the duties of the office
the duties
of
of the office
Argyle ISD trustee
of Argyle ISD Place One
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will do to the best of my ability to preserve,
and will do to the best of my ability to preserve,
protect,
protect,
and defend the Constitution
and defend the Constitution
and laws of the United States
and laws of the United States
and of this state,
and of this state,
so help me God.
so help me God.
All right. Trustee, place two, Mrs. Leanne Artho.
Do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of Argyle ISD Board of Trustees, Place Two, of the state of Texas, and will to the best of my ability preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of the state, so help me God.
So help me God.
Mr. Slater.
Yeah. Leanne.
You don't get to sit over there anymore.
You get.
Make the handoff. Just kept it warm for you.
I, Sam Slayton, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of Argyle ISD Board of Trustees, Place Three,
Of the duties of the Argyle ISD Board of Trustees, Place 3
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will to the best of my ability
and will to the best of my ability
preserve,
protect,
and defend the Constitution,
and defend the Constitution,
the laws of the United States,
the laws of the United States,
and of this state,
and of the state.
so help me God.
So help me God.
Ms. Artho, do you want to introduce all your family that's here?
Sure. My husband, Dr. Matt. My oldest is Ryder, and then Amber, Leah, Ella, Emma, Owen, Cannon, Autumn, and little Bonnie.
All right.
Welcome.
Well,
Your own baseball team.
yeah, you can. Go right ahead.
Taking full advantage of the property.
Need a bigger boardroom?
I'll let them organize it.
Maybe backdrop over there.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, in front of the doors. That's
They've
good.
advertised everything.
That's what we're doing.
Sophie, Mrs. Slayton, thank you for being here.
I know he paid
But
Sophie.
now the demographer knows what our problem is.
I know, I
Now
know.
you understand what the problem is.
Yeah.
Too many articles.
That's up to Mrs. Slayton.
You can borrow a couple.
All Slate.
Come on, Craig.
Come on.
I was just going to families.
Wonderful. Congratulations.
now, so.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, well, noted they're absent, so. All right, now we'll have a reorganization of the board with election of officers. I'll entertain a motion for president of the Argyle ISD Board of Trustees.
I'll make a motion to nominate Sam Slayton.
All right, Dr. McDade, motion to nominate Sam Slayton as president.
Second.
Mr. Hawksworth, second. Any further discussion? Mr. Westrom?
I think you need an opponent.
Okay. All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. All right, this time I will entertain a motion for vice president of the Board of Trustees.
I'll move Craig Hawksworth.
Mr. Deffenbaugh, motion for Mr. Hawksworth to be vice president of the board. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Matthew Slayton with a second. Any further discussion? Mr. Westrom? Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. And I will entertain a motion for secretary of the board of Argyle ISD Board of Trustees.
Make a motion to nominate Matt Slayton for secretary.
All right. Mr. Westrom, motion for Mr. Matthew Slayton to be secretary of the board. Do I have a second?
Second.
I'm gonna give that to Mrs. Artho.
Oh, go right ahead. I didn't hear.
It was quiet. She's gonna work on her. She's gonna work on her voice.
Well,
All right, Mrs. Artho, second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. All right, the time is 6:14 p.m. We will adjourn to executive session. All right, the time is 7:16 p.m. We have returned from executive session. This time, I'll entertain a motion to approve action items as discussed in closed session.
So moved.
Dr. McDade, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Matthew Slayton, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Now we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. All right, at this time, we'll have a moment of silence. All right, thank you. All right, I'm gonna move down and we're gonna go to public forum first. So, first speaker tonight is Mr. Brad Lowry. All right, Mr. Lowry, I've got a new secretary tonight, so you're the first to speak with the new secretary. So, we have a timer up here. The board won't make any comments or ask any questions. And Mr. Matthew Slayton will let you know you have 1 minute left. Appreciate you being here. The time is yours.
Thank you, President Slayton and members of the board for allowing us this time tonight, and also thank you for your service. And congratulations to Ms. Artho and Mr. Hawksworth. I'd also like to thank Dr. Bitter. I don't believe he's here, but for his years of service. And because we've got some understandable time constraints, I'll rely on this a little bit here, if that's okay. I cannot think of a more impossible job than being superintendent of a high-achieving district like ours. On the one hand, you have various governmental authorities and outside auditors looking over your shoulder. On the other hand, you have thousands of students, parents, employees, and taxpayers who are relying on you in so many ways, and who also feel that they have the right, and they absolutely have the right, to critique anything you do. And then, of course, there's 7 elected board members whose very job is to review every decision you make, big and small. There's nothing wrong with that. That's the way the system works. I was a part of it myself. But my goodness, talk about being under the microscope. We live in a time when superintendents often don't last long. How many recent stories have we heard about area superintendents leaving their position for all sorts of reasons? Poor performance, mismanagement, stress, burnout, and other personal issues, greener pastures. It's become a revolving door position for many districts. In Argyle, we have not had to worry about these things. We have had a loyal, steady hand at the wheel for over 15 years, during which time we've grown from 2A to 5A, achieving extraordinary success at every level. Things like that don't just happen by chance. My 4 children were able to attend and graduate from what I sincerely believe is the finest public school district in Texas. They all are Argyle Eagles for life. I'm so proud of that, and I give Dr. Wright a ton of credit for creating and perpetuating this spirit of Argyle environment that so many of us have enjoyed for so long. I'm about to have grandchildren in this district, and my most sincere wish for them and for other young families is that they get to have a similar experience to what my family and I have had. But I'm a little worried about it. I'm afraid it's a little too easy to take for granted how good we've had it with Dr. Wright. I'm sure she'd be the first to say that she's not perfect, but what other superintendent knows the first name of every district employee, attends every UIL event she possibly can in support of the students, limited only, it seems, by the physical laws of time and distance, and her computer-like knowledge and recall of virtually every fact about the district, whether past or present. If you ask her something about the 2014 bond, she doesn't have to look it up. She just knows the answer. Her in-depth, detailed knowledge of how things were done in the past has often given us valuable insight in making better decisions for the future. As some of us remember all too well, years ago we suddenly found ourselves without a superintendent and facing some very challenging issues that divided our town. It was Dr. Wright, she was the assistant superintendent at the time, who stepped up and led the district through that turbulence, often burning midnight oil alone in her office to make sure our schools continue to run smoothly. And she has not slowed down since. What she brings to this district is legendary, almost superhuman, but more importantly, it's an incredible asset that for years has given us an advantage over other districts. And we're about to be without all that. I have no doubt that our board will come up with some outstanding candidates and ultimately select a new superintendent with some fine credentials. And when that happens, we all need to support that person and the board. But no one can fill the shoes of Dr. Wright.
1 minute.
She is truly irreplaceable. In my opinion, we will never see someone like her again. At my final board meeting about a year ago, I encouraged the new board to consider, at some point in the future, naming the administration building or a school or both after Dr. Wright. I made that suggestion at a time when I had no idea that she would be leaving so soon. I now believe we should immediately commence honoring her incredible legacy in as grand a way as possible. Dr. Wright, I just cannot thank you enough for all you have done for my family, for this district, and this community. It was my honor and privilege to get to work with you as a board member, but more importantly, I am so thankful that all of my children had you as their superintendent. I'm disappointed that my grandchildren will not. It's an understatement to say that you will be missed, but you will certainly not be forgotten. From Carrie and me and the entire Lowry family, thank you, Dr. Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Lowry. Mrs. Pam Arrington. You've heard the rules of the road. You want me to say them again? All right.
I want to start off by thanking the board for everything that you do. I want to congratulate Ms. Artho and Mr. Hawksworth as well. Dr. Wright, I wanted to say thank you for all you've done for the district and to personally thank you for all you have done for me. I had the pleasure of working directly for Dr. Wright for 5 years. We worked together to establish Argyle ISD's first marketing and communications department. And I think we changed the name of the department a few times, as it started out as the Public Relations Department, and then we just kept adding on to it. And we kept adding on new ideas, and it just continued to grow. Over the years, I grew to respect Dr. Wright so much. I truly admire her, and I care about her like I would a family member. I got to know her better probably than most people in the district because I spent so much time working with her and learning from her. She is so smart. She has a picture-perfect memory, as Mr. Lowry mentioned. She expects facts, and she will always keep you on your toes. I also think she is the most honest and respectful person I have ever worked with. She always advocates for those who are in need. I really admired that about her. I admire how she makes decisions based on information and facts and not on emotion. She's taught me so many things: to be more confident, concise, to be slower to speak, to pay attention to detail, to believe in myself, and to take time to listen. To always put in the work if you want to see the results, and treat everyone equally. I admire the dedication she has to the district, her ability to make something difficult look easy, and the way she cares so much about the community, teachers, students, and staff here in Argyle. I love how excited she gets when speaking at events. We know what I mean by saying that, right? Go Eagles. How she says that, no one else can. And I love how she retells stories. The joy on her face when she watches students perform, the happiness she exudes when talking about district achievements, how much she loves little things like birthdays, decorations, and celebrations. When I first started in my Director of Communications position, one of my first goals was to show the community how much Dr. Wright did. I wanted to tell her story, and I will say it was hard keeping up with her. She is able to multitask like no one I've ever met, and her energy level never declines. I've had people ask me what her secret is to always having so much energy, and the only thing I could come up with would be the blueberries and cottage cheese she eats for lunch almost every day, while also working, because she never took a break. But no, really, it's because she's one of a kind. I have to say that I was never truly able to share how much she did on a day-to-day basis because it was just too much. If she ever received a gift, she would always be delivering a thank you note the very next day. And she always delivered a cookie to the staff, teachers, and admin on their birthdays. She would appear at every event, even if it meant driving hours from one to the next. She was at almost every community event and volunteered on the weekends for her Rotary Club and the Lions Club. Dr. Wright did all of this because she loves her job and she loves helping others. She loves the people she works with, she loves the students, teachers, and staff, and she loves Argyle. I once had a wise person named Dr. Leona McDade share with me that, okay, I'm being timed, so I'm gonna hold it together. Share with me that when you leave a job in education, you're leaving behind your brick in the structure and in the wall. There are bricks that were laid before yours by others, and you are leaving yours behind for the next person to build on top of. This continues to build and grow. However, Dr. Wright, I think I speak for everyone when I say that you are not leaving.
1 minute.
She knows I would cry. You are not leaving behind a brick. You're leaving behind a firm foundation. You can never be replaced. You're one of a kind. We love you, and we wish you many blessings in your future endeavor. She truly is the greatest leader I've ever known. Thank you, Dr. Wright.
Thank you, Pam. Move to tennis. We're gonna go to tennis.
Okay, we'll go to tennis. Okay, tennis, come forward. We have an amazing accomplishment here. We're so very proud. Coach Myhawk, you want to talk a little bit about?
Absolutely,
Magna?
yes, ma'am. Yes, I would like to. First, school board members, I thank you so much for everything you do and all the support you give us at the tennis program and help us be able to lift and help Magna and the rest of our team accomplish the accolades and the things that they've been able to accomplish. So I thank you so much for everything that you guys do. All right, first off, ladies and gentlemen of the school board and community members, it's my distinct pleasure and truly an honor to present to you the reigning 5A girls singles state champion, Magna Arun Kumar. First, I'd like to start off by saying that Magna is a spectacular academic. She currently is ranked 23 in her class of 377 students, and she has a cumulative GPA of 101.2 on the 100-point scale. She's an extremely hard worker in the classroom, but she's also an extremely hard worker on the court. She steps up as a leader in our practices and during competitive matches and is the catalyst that usually starts off our winning streaks when the team takes the court. Her hard work on the court in both school tennis as well as outside of school tennis is evident by all of the accolades and championships she's racking up. Let's start off with the fact that she has never lost a singles match in her entire high school career, ever. That feat would be impressive on its own, but she is also, in those matches, and she's 51-0, she's never lost a set. She's never even lost a set. While donning an Argyle Eagle uniform. Furthermore, she is a two-time district champion, two-time regional champion, and now she is a two-time state champion in 2 classifications. And that was a big ask for her to step up. But I'm not finished. This year at the state tournament, she only dropped, there's 3 rounds at the state tournament. There's quarters, semis, finals. So she played 3 rounds. In all of her 3 rounds, she dropped 4 games in the entire tournament. She won 6-0, 6-0, 6-0, 6-1, 6-1, 6-2. So she was 36-4. And now, outside of school tennis, because that's not to be missed as well, she's been able to achieve her highest ITF, that's the International Tennis Federation, ranking of 1,253 in the world. She won the Texas Slam when she was 11 years old, and recently, last summer, she was able to compete in an ITF Women's Professional Tour event in Colorado. I present to you Meghna Arun Kumar. Nah, we'll do it.
Congratulations.
Next up, we have our coach, Danielle Blair. Would you like
Absolutely.
to speak about her also?
Yes, ma'am, I would. It is also my great pleasure that I get to introduce the next person to the school board and the community members. Coach Blair is a phenomenal head coach and player advocate. Her passion for this team's success, its players, and the middle school program is unmatched in high school coaching. She pours all of her energy into player development, developing a championship team culture in all aspects of the program's logistics. She strives to put forth the best possible version of herself every time she steps onto the practice court or the competitive match play environment. She sets an example to everyone around her, from players to colleagues and opposing coaches, in all aspects of her job as a head coach. In just 2 short years at Argyle High School, she's amassed a 46 team wins to 6 loss team record. That's a 92% win rate. She has also guided Meghna to 2 UIL girls singles state championships, a boys singles state qualifier, and a boys doubles qualifying team in 2 seasons of spring tennis. Her efforts and success are not only noticed by the players she coaches, but also by her fellow coaches and professional organizations. Last year, Coach Blair was honored by her colleagues by being voted Regional Coach of the Year for our region in 4A team tennis. As a continuation of her leadership and this program's success, as well as her shining example to her fellow coaches and scholastic governing bodies, organizations, this year she was named the National Federation of State High School Coaches Associations and UIL's Coach of the Year. It's with great pleasure I present to you Coach Danielle Blair.
Next, I'd like to ask our art students to come forward. We have Morgan Bradford and Anton Malonga. You want to tell us about their achievements, Ms. Tosla? I think Ms. Tosla is one of the few people who's been here longer than I have. What year did you come?
1994-95.
Wow. Yeah.
I've seen it grow from 1A to 5A.
That's impressive,
Yes.
Ms. Carlson.
Okay, let me talk a little bit about Anton. Anton has come to our art program with lots and lots of skills. He participated in Visual Art Scholastic Event, which is our culminating art competition across the state of Texas. Out of over 32,000 artworks seen at the regional level, he was one of 2,100 that moved on to state, and he was one of a few that received a medal at state, a Medal of Excellence at state, for his art piece Pop Culture that you can see right there. I get to have him for one more year in AP Art next year, which I'm excited about. So that is Anton Malonga. And then Morgan Bradford has been in my art class for 4 years. This is her final art competition that she in her high school career, and she participated in the 26th Congressional District Art Competition, and hers received a first place award and is going to hang in Congressman Burgess's office in Lake Dallas for a year.
Awesome. All right, now I get to kick off a special recognition for you, Dr. Wright. We've got a video.
I have one also.
I know, it's your video first. So we're gonna let Dr. Wright start this off.
Yeah, it's just a few thoughts I had about the 3 districts that I had worked in.
Hello. I want to say a few things to you about this illustrious career that I have experienced in education. I went to the University of Texas, Austin. Then I went to work as a math teacher at Robert E. Lee Junior High School in San Angelo, teaching grades 9, 8, and 7. Now, Robert E. Lee Junior High School is called Lone Star Middle School. When I was there, the instructional supplies that teachers were given included a couple of teaching manuals, teacher's editions, and a box of chalk. They just put those down and told you to get started. Then a few days later, I got an actual paper grade book because in those days, everything was manual. After teaching at Lee for several years, I moved to a job as an elementary counselor. It was an itinerant job where you went from school to school. The most schools I ever had was 3. It was through an MHMR grant. It was the early days of guidance programs in elementary schools. I moved from that elementary job to San Angelo Central High School as a guidance counselor. It was a wonderful job, grades 10 through 12, and then of course in the accounting we counted the 9th grade from our 3 feeder junior high schools. When I worked there, we had real world problems. We also had a very comprehensive program that included everything from construction trades, auto body repair, to advanced placement classes. San Angelo had a medical community, a regional university there, Angelo State, and then also we had General Telephone. That was headquarters for the Southwest Company. At that time, there were 7 phone companies across the U.S. Then these were all consolidated into world headquarters at Las Colinas, and I moved to the Metroplex and found a job at Marcus High School in Louisville, AISD, that was very similar to the job at Central, except that Marcus was a 9 through 12 high school, but I still had an alphabetical split there. I worked at Marcus for several years in guidance and counseling and enjoyed that very much. And then in the spring of '95, I switched to working as an AP, an assistant principal at Marcus. I had a specific part of the alphabet and an attendance clerk who worked with me. Then I was working on the doctorate at UNT during this time, and after I finished that, I started looking around at some other opportunities. I found a job on the internet at Argyle. I was interested in it because it was a K-8 district that was transitioning to K-12 and starting a high school. So got interested in that and came here to Argyle as the first principal of a 9-10. They had kept the 9th grade before and had a 6 through 9 the year before. We graduated the first class in 2003. Then I moved from the high school to the administration building, first as an assistant superintendent for curriculum and instruction. Then later, in 2008, I moved into this job, first as the acting superintendent, then as the interim, and then as the superintendent. So I've been doing this going on nearly 16 years, and I've been in the district 23 years. What I'm very proud of accomplishing during this 23 years has to do with believing that when a student crosses the stage, that they know what they're going to do, that they don't have to ask that question, what now? Are they going to be going to work? Or are they going to be going to college or into the military? It doesn't matter what the answer is as long as they have guidance and they have direction and they've made plans to achieve their dreams. I'm very proud of the fact that we've achieved a lot of balance in this district. The 12 Lone Star Cups that we've won 10 in a row are testament to the fact that we have academics, that we have fine arts, and that we also have athletics. We have worked very, very hard to have safety and security in this district, and since 2013 have had our own AISD police department, which means that the chief of police reports to the superintendent, not to a local police department. I'm very proud of the accountability scores that we've had, the A's on the A through F system, and also then, of course, the exemplary ratings before that. And there was a time in there when you either got a met expectations or you didn't, and of course, in Argyle, we did. I'm very proud that we were HEB finalists twice. Very proud of the accomplishments that have been brought. The bonds that have been passed, thank you to the voters. The 2014, 2017, and 22 bonds have all passed. In the last bond, it was passed in 3 propositions. I'm very proud of all of those passing and very grateful to all the voters and the bond chairs. Then back in 2007, we passed another bond, and I did implement that bond. During the time I've been in Argyle, we've opened 2 elementary schools. We opened phase 1 and phase 2 of the high school at Canyon Falls. We've made renovations at the 377 campus. We've made renovations also now at the 800 Eagle campus. We opened the administration building. We have now gotten to 70 students, well over 5,000. This was the year that we enrolled our 5,000th student. We doubled our enrollment in just 6 years, and the district's set to more than double again in the next 10 years. I have confidence that because of the talented students in this district, the supportive parents, the dedicated staff, and the many school boards that I've worked for over the years, that the tradition of excellence will continue here in Argyle ISD. I wish you all the best.
Mr. Gibson wants to go Eagles.
Yeah.
Rick, are you gonna show? Rick has a small video right now that he's gonna share.
Dear Dr. Wright, when you arrived in Argyle in 2000, who would have known that the legacy and journey of excellence was ready to soar? You have led this district from its small beginnings to one that is known across the state for its well-rounded success in the classroom, fine arts, and athletics. You're an inspiration for all of us, a guiding light of greatness, and someone we always knew was cheering us on from the time we were in elementary school. We are so grateful for you.
Dr. Wright, you have led Argyle ISD to new heights, new levels of success, and did so with such grace and support of all students and staff. The legacy of exemplary school ratings, state championships, Lone Star Cup awards, district department recognitions, and more all show what your leadership has cultivated and fostered. We will miss you so much.
Dr. Wright, you are always here when we need you, and you always have a smile for us when we see you. We will never forget you. When I grow up, I want to be just as strong, kind, and hardworking as you are. We will never forget you.
We hope you enjoy the next chapter of your journey and know that your eagles of all ages will continue soaring higher because of you. We want you to know how much we appreciate all that you've done for our district, and we will always remember you, Dr. Wright.
Through all of our successes, you have been just as strong leading us through our challenges, and you have navigated us to greatness. We are soaring for excellence. On the strength of your inspiration and guidance, you have left a lasting legacy that will never be forgotten. We are Argyle because of you.
So Dr. Wright, on behalf of us all, I'm going to give you a plaque showing that your service to this district and give you some flowers.
Beautiful. Thank you.
So,
appreciate it.
I know a lot of us have some comments we'd like to make, but as board president, I'd like to go ahead and move down to action item 13K. And as board president, it is my honor to entertain a motion to consider renaming the current administration building to the Dr. Talina Wright Administration Building.
So moved.
Mr. Matthew Slayton, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Hawksworth, second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Congratulations, Dr. Wright. It's your building. All right, so I know we have a lot of celebrating. We have first party tomorrow in the district at 4:30 in the foyer of the auditorium, and we'll have the end of the school year luncheon as well. But give us a couple minutes to share some of our thoughts. I'll start off. I'm not going to be long-winded. I can't go on forever. I am grateful that at Marcus High School you did not have me as part of your alphabet. We were there together, but Dr. Kevin Rogers had the honor of dealing with me. But Dr. Wright, it is and being in this board for 6 years, you've been invaluable to me. Just myself, just not knowing anything about truly what it meant to be a trustee, and you so willingly guided and helped me not only with rules and regulations, but with the history of this district and with being able to support me individually as a board member and then as a board president. I'm grateful for that time. My family and I, my wife being an educator in this district for over a decade, I'm grateful for your service to her. I'm grateful for your service to my children, having had one child already graduate from the district and 2 still currently in the district. I just can't say enough what you've meant to me personally, me as a board member, and our family. So you're irreplaceable. If I could cue up Beyonce right now, irreplaceable. That's you, Dr. Wright. But we wish the Slayton family. We definitely wish you and Tommy the best for you and your entire family. And I'll leave some brevity there, and I got more to say later. So, but thank you.
I'll go if I can make it through this. So, I've had the honor and the privilege of serving with you for 9 of those 15 years that you've been a superintendent. You've truly made Argyle what it is today. I could sit here and repeat everything that Miss Arrington or Mr. Lowry said, because everything they said was true. We've all had the experience of working with you. You've put in a ton of work, as they said. We leave here at night after board meetings, and I drive off, and that office light is still on. The community always talks about seeing you and Tommy at events across the district, and that's very true. You're everywhere. But the truth is, you spend the majority of your time making sure that this district has great administrators from the district level and the campus level, and teachers and staff to get us where we are today and set us up for the future. I've been lucky enough to get to work with you. You brought up bonds from 2014 bond to the 17 and 23 bonds, helping you or me helping you and supporting you to develop the bond oversight committee. On my term, we've opened 6 new facilities or remodeled facilities. Like you said, there's been 12 Lone Star Cups. I can say that it has 0 to do with me, but I've been on the board. We've never not had a Lone Star Cup since I was on the board. It's again 0 to do with me.
Correlation, not causation.
Not yes. Except for 20, which we would have won, we were way ahead. I wish Mr. King was here. He could tell me how many points we were ahead by. We've had a lot of conversations, maybe not always agree, but we always found a way to come together and find a way to move forward, which was what was best for the district and best for the kids. And that was always what was driving you. What's best for the district, what's best for the kids of this district. I'm truly a better person today for having spent 9 years working alongside of you. There's nothing I can say that will ever, do your service to the district justice. So as a board member, as a parent, as a community member, thank you for all you've done for AISD. Your fingerprints will always be all over this place. So thank you. A personal anecdote to share Dr. Wright's involvement, activity, focus, hard work. So we moved here about 8 years ago, and I knew of Dr. Wright, but just, I never met her. But you see her at every stinking event, right? And middle school events, all high school events, etc., even the elementary and intermediate schools. But the one time I met her, the first time I met her, it was on the preparation for the 2017 bond.
Oh, yeah.
Where
Yeah.
She was going to different places in the community to basically talk about the need for the bond. And there was one at the high school on one certain night, and I said, hey, I'm going to go there.
Didn't you have a tornado warning?
No, there's no tornado. But I went there and went into a little off room, and it was just me, Dr. Wright, and I believe Pam was there. And so it's like, okay, well, we have to do this. But no, Dr. Wright went through the full presentation, word by word, answered all my questions. But she did not have to do that. It just shows her focus, her hard work, and her dedication to getting the bond. You got that one vote that night.
Well, I thought you were going to go out and influence many others, Mr. Deckenbach. I thought you were worth 20,
There
and
you
those
go.
20 would
There you
share.
go. Look, we did win, didn't we? We got
Never failed a bond on my watch.
Exactly.
Just remember that.
Well done.
And then you ran for school board next year.
The year or two afterwards, yes. But some of my written comments, you've become a legacy in this district.
I was afraid you were going to say that you had told me not to influence your daughter to go to the University of Texas.
She might be watching. No, she's not going to be watching. She'll never. But I mean, you become a legacy in this district, and this due to your leadership skills, your immense knowledge of the entire educational experience, as foreseen by all your years in different capacities. And really, most importantly, I think, is your consistent availability and access to students, parents, and staff. That just has come over and over and over, and there's no way that we can replace that. I personally thank you for guiding me through my years as a trustee, 5, I guess. And I didn't know all the intricacies. I didn't know any of the intricacies of all the educational laws, the requirements, etc., that we need to comply with. But you've always been very patient with me. Liz, you've been very patient, but you've all been very patient with me. And especially with my, all my questions generally start with why. Thank you for explaining things, and thank you for just guiding me. You deserve to be celebrated, and you'll be sorely missed. Thank you.
Dr. Wright, I'll go next. I guess I think everybody's touched on all your skill sets and qualities, and just as someone that's been here just a short year, what stands out to me is your work ethic, and I think people have touched on that. I mean, I remember the day after I got elected, I think I got an email at 5 o'clock in the morning from you, and it's not unusual to get an email at midnight on the same day from you related to school stuff. And I think what people need to realize is that when you put talent, knowledge, skill, and work ethic together in that little package, you have success that this school district has had. And I think that's the package that you brought. This school district's accomplished a number of things under your leadership, and I think you would probably be the first one to say that it's because of the great staff you have. And I think that your staff works hard for you because of the relationships you have with them. And that's what you hear about, work ethic and relationships, and I think those are the key ingredients. And I just want to thank you on behalf of my family in this district for bringing those qualities and those skill sets and all that you've done for the district.
And it might have been 4:50 a.m. because I messaged Mr. Westrom. I said, you need to reply to Dr. Wright's email. It's been 3 hours. And he's like, what? It's not even 8 in the morning. I was like, I know. She's already emailing you.
Those are the hours, 5 a.m. I mean, midnight to 5 a.m. Yeah.
I'll go next and take a little page from Mr. Lowry and Mr. Hawksworth in reading some things, so I don't forget the things I want to mention. I echo, obviously, what all my colleagues have already said, and Mr. Lowry and Mrs. Arrington, for sure, too. I I have valued the years of dedicated service you've given to our district and the consistent support that you always show us and your staff and the students always. Leading our district successfully from 2 to 5A has been a monumental task. Our students have thrived both academically and extracurricular activities under your leadership, as our Lone Star Cubs have definitely are a testament to that one. As others have mentioned, I consider you the consummate cheerleader for all your staff and students. You show up everywhere. You're at all the competitions, no matter whether it's fine arts, athletics, theater arts, any of those academic. You're always there, and I know Tommy's with you a lot. We have also seen you dress up in costume, as noted in a couple of pictures there, whether at convocation or for the staff, or even, as I've witnessed and at other times too, an evening event reading to students that you would dress up and read to the students. And I'm a true believer, never having been in your house, but I believe that you have an entire room dedicated to all your costumes, all your wigs, all your shoes. There has to be a room in your house for everything that you have. And kind of piggybacking on a couple of other people, any teachers in the room know the book, My Teacher Sleeps at School. And I often wondered if you ever went home, as has been mentioned before, because no matter when I contacted you, you were always available to respond to me in fairly short order. Again, I've seen emails at 5:30 in the morning. I've gotten a message from her at 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. And I always ask the question, do you ever sleep? I don't know when you do. So, and having worked in education myself for over 30 years, I know the quality of the leadership that AISD has had under your tenure here. I thank you again for all your years of dedicated service to our district, and you will be truly missed.
I'll go real quick. There's not anything I can say that hasn't already been said by Ms. Arrington, Mr. Lowry, the other trustees. I think everyone in this room is here for a particular reason. Either as a parent in this district for 15 years, as a trustee for the last year, I've seen both sides of it, and it's always been great. Seen you at all the activities, from Hilltop to the middle school to the high school. It's a warmth feeling that you brought to the district. So I just want to thank you from our family, from the district. You're going to be missed. So I thank you.
Well, I was sworn in tonight, so I haven't had much opportunity with Dr. Wright, other than for the past few months, I've been emailing her and pestering her and asking her a million questions about our district. And she has answered me immediately, no matter what time it was, with very lengthy answers, very, very detailed, and always, please let me know if I can be of further assistance. And I think the one word that hasn't been said tonight that I think really exemplifies Dr. Wright is dedication. I think she has been truly dedicated to our district, our students. One of the first times I ever really saw her was at the state band competition. It's on a Wednesday night in San Antonio. I turned around to pick up my kids at Hilltop the next day, and she was there. And I was like, I don't know how you translocate, but it's amazing. She has been dedicated to the staff, the students, and I think that her legacy will live on through all the people in this room. She has made excellent hires, wonderful people to interact with our kids on a daily basis, and we truly, truly appreciate you. Thank you.
I'm going to add one more thing, and then I'll be done, I promise. But we've all heard about Dr. Wright's contributions to this district, but I want to speak to her contributions to this community. I work here in Argyle. I run a treatment center for mental health and addictions, and we've gone through ups and downs at our facility, as everyone has, especially during the pandemic. I remember times calling Dr. Wright at 2 in the morning when the power was out at Project Graduation.
Mhm.
She's answering. She's calling people. But I want to say this.
We got the power on,
We
didn't we?
did get the power on. The kids weren't in the dark long. It was 2 a.m. But the facility I work at, we during the snowpocalypse, we lost power, and we've got 50 plus patients that live at our facility here in Argyle. And in addition to dealing with addictions and mental health issues, some can be pretty medically compromised. And during the snowpocalypse, everything was shut down. Hotels, hospitals, roads, power. And we didn't have power at our facility. And I took a shot in the dark, and I called Dr. Wright, and she helped allow me to mobilize my entire treatment facility. And for those who don't know, we had my entire treatment facility in one of our elementary school gyms for 3 days. And that was able to keep people safe, keep people sober, keep people connected to their treatment. And we ran treatment for 3 days in an elementary school cafeteria and gym when we didn't have power. And that just speaks to Dr. Wright. She, her selflessness is not only for this district, but for this community. And I don't think that had anything to do with me being on the board. That was just your heart to help others. And I'm forever indebted to that. So that's just something that's really impactful, and most people don't know that story. So it's a great story I can write a book about. Thank you, Mrs. Funderburg, for allowing us. You didn't even know. You didn't even know. So, but again, that just speaks to your heart, Dr. Wright, and I'm grateful for you and what you do for this community. So, thank you.
We were happy to provide the gym.
Yep. So,
We were.
All right. We'll move on to the business side. The consent agenda, if we could pull up the donations, please. Thank you all for being here. Okay. Our May 2023 donations. AEBC $1,000 for 2 Words Character Development Program for AHS soccer teams. AEBC $1,578 for tennis storage shed. The Sawyer Camillo Memorial Fund, $4,000 for Argyle Girls Volleyball Program used as needed. $500 for High School Challenge Day Club for leadership training. The Oshman family, $10,000 for Argyle ISD Safety and Security. Justin Ray at Jostens, $460 for high school staff to use as needed. The Kreckler family, $15,000 for high school football program. The First family, $5,000 high school challenge day club to help students and adults attend the Jostens conference this summer. Total May donations, $37,538. All right. Does anyone have any questions on any of the consent items?
Just curious, these are some nice donations. When they make the reason, does it tie that fund to that specific program? Okay. When they state it, okay.
When they state what they want it used for, yes, it's locked in.
And so people can make donations to for specific reasons in unlimited amounts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We'll look for your donation in June, Mr. Westrom. Any other questions on the consent items? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent items as presented.
Motion to approve consent items.
All right, Mr. Westrom, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Matthew Slayton, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Okay. All right, we're gonna move on to our demographics report.
Well, we really want to do these counselor
You wanna do
reports
counselors?
if we can.
Let's do it.
Yeah, the counselor reports and the.
We're gonna move on to the counselor
dyslexia.
reports. I apologize.
Sorry, Trent Hudson.
Good evening. We are the elementary school counselors in Argyle ISD, and we are so proud to be here. Thank you for giving us some time tonight to tell you about our jobs that we love so very much. We've worked on this presentation all year long. We keep reminding each other, take pictures, take pictures. We have to put that in our presentation. So all year long we've taken pictures and made a presentation for you this evening. This is a year in the life of an elementary school counselor, and we also texted each other all day. Now, we can't talk too much. We can't say too many words, so we're going to try and be brief. But
you know Michael, though.
Yeah, but we really do love our jobs, and so we kind of tend to go on and on. My name is Marjorie Edge, and I am the school counselor at Argyle South that we just opened this year.
I'm Michael Ball. I'm over at Hilltop.
Aaron Trantham over at West. Heather Kennedy over at West also.
We are a team of 4, and we work really beautifully together. We collaborate consistently, and we make each other better. We all have very special gifts that we bring together, and we build our program together. So we meet weekly and collaborate and build our programs. So the role of the school counselor is that we serve as advocates for our students and our staff and our family. And also our goals this year have been to increase the teamwork and the planning and the consistency across our schools, across the district. So we want our programs to be continuous collaboration. You can see the student to counselor ratios at our 3 different campuses. This year we've had 2 counselors at Argyle West, and then next year there'll be another one at Argyle South. So we are also, as elementary, and actually all of the counselors in the district, we're also following the Texas state model, which comes to us from TEA. And this model is something that we work towards each year. The standards are set in that model, and so it gives us a framework for a high quality program. So that's something that we're working towards each year. It's a developmental effective school counseling program, and it's divided into 4 components. You'll also hear the other levels talking about this. But for Texas school counselors, we have guidance curriculum, individual planning, responsive services, and system support. And then the state gives us guidelines for how much of our time, what percentage of our time we spend in each one of those. Especially in elementary school, the heart of our program is guidance curriculum, where we're teaching in the classrooms. Our program aligns with the state standards, and we organize, plan, design, implement, and evaluate our program constantly. We use it to guide all of our decisions. So all of us, at the beginning of the year, we send out needs assessments to our stakeholders. We send it to parents, we send it to staff, we send it to our students, and we get feedback. And based on that feedback, we design our program and what our priorities are. We also sit down with our principals and we say, okay, principals, what are we looking at for this year? And that helps us design our program. On this slide, you can see that we did a survey to the parents, and we said, what do you think your children would benefit from in guidance curriculum? Conflict resolution was a really high one, and also friendship skills and coping skills with stress and anxiety. So those are some things we really touched on. We implement changes, we reevaluate, and go on to the next year. So like I said, guidance curriculum is the heart of our program, and we teach guidance to all students in our schools, pre-K through 5th, That includes pre-K. And it's a consistent class that we do. We do it year-round. We go into their classrooms and we teach classes for them. It's developmentally appropriate, so elementary counselors have to change their personalities in a day between 3-year-olds and 11-year-olds. So we're constantly adjusting to our classes, and we feel like guidance is our proactive approach rather than reactive. So when we go in and we're teaching conflict resolution, we're teaching anti-bully techniques, so we're proactive and hopefully avoiding some of those issues. So on this slide, you can see that our teacher needs assessment, that this year they told us, we want you to talk about conflict resolution, we want you to talk about kindness and empathy, and social skills. So those are some things that we did in interventions. So this slide shows the number of guidance lessons that we did this past year in each one of our schools. They're 30 to 45 minutes each. We just all finished up guidance last week with our 5th graders, and we were proud to have a transition lesson to talk to the 5th graders about getting excited for 6th grade at the 6th grade center. So, and I'll turn this over to.
So we are in the classrooms at West every 3 weeks, and so Miss Kennedy and I, as well as Miss Edge and Mr. Ball, we work together to create those lessons and bounce ideas off of each other to make sure they're fun and engaging for all of our students. With having 2 school counselors, you can see that we were able to be in our classrooms much more often than some of our other campuses, and so I know Mrs. Edge is really excited about getting a partner next year because, like Ms. Edge said, this is such a great Tier 1 proactive approach for us.
Oh, this is me. So for Argyle South, I just wanted to point out on there it says, guidance is a great way for the counselor to strengthen the relationships with our students. I think our principals would tell you that we know all of the students on the campus. They know us, they're familiar with us. They are happy to see us. We're an advocate for them, and the way that we do that is we do it through guidance classes, going into their classrooms.
And just on this side, just wanted to highlight some of the things that these are topics that the state requires in terms of classroom guidance, including bullying, drug and alcohol awareness, making healthy choices, college and careers, interpersonal effectiveness, and personal safety.
So individual planning, if we'll refer back to that, one of those beginning slides, is really where we spend less of our time at the elementary school. But at the elementary level, we do a lot of 504 meetings, as you can see, and just really working with the rest of our staff to make sure our students' needs are met. At Argyle West, we were a vital member of the RTI team as well as the 504 coordinator. We helped with gifted and talented identification and consulted quite often with our parents as well as our staff. Our RTI team met regularly for individual students, and we were invited to those meetings to make sure that the students' needs were being met and the whole child was being looked at. And so we're really proud of the RTI process that we've created at West.
For South, I just wanted to highlight, all of us are in a lot of meetings for consultation with parents and teachers, also planning interventions with teachers. So our doors are kind of revolving doors. We wear many hats, and we like to collaborate with the teachers, staff.
On the next slide there, just wanted to mention that one of the things that we take pride in doing is trying to assist our students in terms of identifying their gifts and their strengths. Other thing I think that it's important to mention is when we look back on the state model, one of the early slides, for individual planning, the state model recommends that we spend about 5 to 10% of our time doing so. Currently, as it stands, we're estimating from some time tracking that's occurred that we're spending about 20 to 30% of our time towards individual planning, specifically or mainly in terms of 504 meetings. And I think it's just important that the board knows that that increase in time in this specific area means less time working with in classes, doing classroom guidance and running groups. Okay, the next section is responsive services, and the responsive services, these are when we are doing our best to provide intervention when students are in need. And of course, their needs could be things that are going on for them both in and out of the school setting. So the next slides that you see are going to be pertaining to that.
This is my favorite part of being a counselor, and so it's where we get to do groups, and so we reach out to our, based on those surveys, reach out to our teachers and get that, which students would need that support, so it can be divorce, families that are going through separation, divorce, emotional regulation, friendship skills, and so we're really able to get to form strong relationships with students.
For responsive services for South, I just wanted to highlight that we had a pretty large low SES population with our students at Argyle South, and we noticed at the beginning of the year that there were kids that needed clothes and shoes, and then we ended up coming into winter and we were like, these kids don't have coats. So Dr. Jordan was really supportive of me to give me a closet in Argyle South, because let me tell you, space is pretty scarce at Argyle South. And so she helped me and supported me getting that closet. If you see that picture down at the bottom, that is our clothes closet this year. We've been able to, we actually have given out 29 pairs of shoes now, and about 45 bags of clothes, and then 17 winter coats. So this closet was, I was just really I wasn't even sure what I was doing. But between Dr. Jordan and PTA and the community, we've had a lot of donations, and we want to be sure that we're serving all of our schools. If any children are in need in Argyle AISD, we have that resource now. So that's been a big project this year. We also do send home food for kids. So now we're at 40 kids that get a bag of food, 2 bags of food sent home every Friday. So on Friday afternoons, we send that out.
From this slide here for Hilltop, some of the things I want to highlight here, one of the things that we try to be intentional about is welcoming our new students at the beginning of the year, not even counting pre-K and kindergarten. At Hilltop alone, we had 70 new students just to our elementary school. So one of the things that we try to do is welcome them with a newcomer's lunch at the beginning of the year. Also, conflict resolution is so important in the elementary school. Developmentally, these are skills that the kids are learning. And so for us to be able to spend some of our time guiding them in that direction is so important. And then also I've enjoyed having my partners in the office again this year. Juno and Ruby are 2 therapy dogs. Each of them serve a couple of days a week.
All right. The next component is system support, and this is where our school-wide events happen. It's where we collaborate with our admin, and what's been neat this year at our school is every Monday, 7:45, before the craziness happens of the week, we, as a front office, we all meet. We talk about what we're doing, how we can support each other, and just that collaboration piece has been, go forward, has been important. And then also, the we had a lot of fun events, and we brought this year with Careers on Wheels. It was a fun day of a lot of pivoting because, that's when ambulances and fire trucks and all of them had to have emergencies, but people came through and it was memorable. We're doing end of the year surveys and our teachers just keep talking about how the kids are still talking about that. And so it's just setting the tone for that future. One other thing that we did was career hour for our 4th and 5th, and we had 15 presenters, Dr. Wright being one of them. And our kids and our teachers keep talking about that, how they want it to be a full day next year and the years going forward. So again, very memorable, fun events.
But also, if you would like to speak, shoot us an email.
So I was just going to highlight at Argyle South that we also, the counselors also do a lot of teacher motivational activities, fun with the teachers on the campuses. And, for instance, well, I have to just tell y'all really quickly, if you look at by the balloon on the right side, that's Parker, who's dressed like Where's Waldo. He was one of the builders of Argyle South. He was one of the construction guys. And back at the beginning of the school year, the office staff made cards, and they were called Where's Parker? And we hid them all throughout Argyle South. There were about 100 of them. And if a teacher found one, she had to run to the office with her card, and she got a jeans pass. So that was hilarious that we were looking, Where's Parker, all over our building for a while. So that was a lot of fun. So one other thing I wanted to talk about is Campus Advisory Committee. It's the second one down. Counselor Advisory Committee. We have advisory committees that we talk to and present to on our campuses. Ours was on the CLT, Campus Leadership Team, and they also give us opinions and help guide our counseling programs. So that's called the Counselor Advisory Committees.
For Hilltop, we owe a huge debt of gratitude to our safety patrol. This particular group, many of the students on the patrol served for 3 years because it's been our tradition that our oldest grade serves on our patrol. And of course, we added 4th grade and then 5th grade this year. So this group has served well. When we first created Safety Patrol, not only was it to try to help speed up the traffic flow in the morning, but also just to provide an opportunity to grow in leadership. Also, another highlight from the slide is this year on Hilltop's Chess Club, we had a record number of students participate. We had 70 kids on the chess club this year, and one of the things that is exciting to me about coaching chess club is just the many different life lessons and things that you can learn through chess. And so one of the things that I'll point out and that I hope that shines through in terms of the slides that you've seen, while we all do very unique things on each of our campuses and feel good about having the freedom to do so, we also feel good about the things that we coordinate and plan together. And so some of the shared events that you're going to see in the following slides include Red Ribbon Week, College and Career Week, and then ways that we've gotten parents and community involved.
How many schools can say that they have a helicopter land and then DEA agents come and talk? So those of y'all that have had elementary kids, you know how memorable this week is and how much fun. And so, thank you.
College and Career Week always includes a college student panel for our older students, and our 3rd graders even came this year, and they come and talk about their college experience. We really try to cover college careers, military, just the whole gamut during College and Career Week. We all do that week in January.
And then from this slide, just want to point out one of the things that we've coordinated last couple of years are parenting workshops that we invite the parents to attend. This year we hosted two, one on the West Campus where Dr. Hagan spoke on anxiety, and then one at South where VNA Reinhardt from Connections Wellness came out and spoke to us about anti-bullying. Both workshops were fairly well attended. We had approximately 30 parents at each one.
All right, so for professional development, we were able to not only provide, but also receive professional development this year. I think one great thing about our team is that we are lifelong learners, and so we were able to attend the Lone Star State School Counselor Conference in November, where we were learning from other counselors in the state of Texas. We also meet weekly with Dr. Hagan. We love learning from Dr. Hagan, but also our combined experience, I believe, is about 90 years with very different districts and different experiences. And so I like to say the smartest person in the room is the room. So it's been great being able to collaborate and learn from one another. And we've also had the opportunity to provide professional development for our teachers as well, which is just a great opportunity for us to get in front of them and to be seen as a resource for them as well.
We're getting close to being finished. This is about community partnerships. We are proud to say that we're partnering up with our community. Dr. Wright, the Lions Club, has been so helpful for us with Red Ribbon Week. I did want to mention Argyle United Methodist Church came to South and donated $1,000 for our closet. So UMC donated $1,000 worth of shoes and clothes, brand new shoes and clothes, and I just couldn't have been more thankful for that. We also I've made best friends with Laura Trubenbach this year. She's been over a lot helping, so our Eagle partners have been wonderful. So we have a lot of great connections that we're thankful for. Speaking of thankful.
Yeah, speaking of thankful, Dr. Wright, we just want to thank you for your support. You know, a lot of nice things have been said about you this evening, and it's been my privilege to watch you as a leader and watch you grow in that regard. And I just want to thank you for the love and the passion that you have in terms of this district. You know, not just for your support for us as counselors, but just the heart that you have for students, staff, parents, everybody involved. Thank you for being our #1 fan.
So with parting words, we asked one of our students to give our final words. I don't know if that's going to work. Can you not playing? Okay. Well, that's Chris. He's at my school, and he said how much he loves the school counselor. So. And I promise, it was heartfelt. We want to thank you for letting us tell you about how passionate we are about our job, and want to thank our principals for your support, and thank you for this time tonight. Thank you.
I think the parent feelings in the house exercise, that can be real powerful. Whichever, if y'all are all doing that. Or, yeah, the therapist in me loves that.
Yeah,
there we
yeah,
go.
yeah. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Jessica Wade. I'm one of the middle school counselors at Argyle Middle School, and I'm here to tell you about our program. But before I do that, I also wanted to say thank you to all my colleagues, because I have a child at both the elementary and at the high school, so I get to see firsthand what they do every single day, so I appreciate you guys too. So, okay. So I am the counselor for last names A through G. We also have Miss Burleson, she's last names H through M, and then Miss Tina Shobe is last names N through Z. So we split by alpha. We have a pretty even split. We have about 1,200 students on our campus, and each of us has about a caseload of 400 students. We just shared about the role of the school counselor at AMS. We're a part of the education team. We're there to meet the social, emotional, academic needs of all of our students through the same types of things that they do at elementary and high school: guidance, individual planning, responsive services, and system support as well. We also view ourselves as leaders on our team, so we are very involved with the campus leadership team. We go to the CLT meetings as well. We meet with our administrators. We try to meet weekly, but middle school sometimes can be a little bit crazy, so sometimes it's every other week, sometimes it's 3 times a week. But we do make sure that we all collaborate together very regularly. We partner with an assistant principal on our campus, so each of us are partners with somebody else, and I think that that really helps with our campus. The kids know who to go to depending on their alpha. They know which assistant principal and which counselor that they go to for that. We do hold different activities as well, but one of the ones that we highlighted on here is the Kindness Week, where we coordinate activities for the students to build kindness across our campus, because we all know that middle school is a really difficult time for students, especially trying to navigate friendships and changes and all of hormones, all of those things. And so helping them find kindness in their everyday activities is really important to us as well. We also did a need assessment at the beginning of the school year. We sent it out to parents, and this helped us determine the specific needs of our campus. Of the parents that responded, about 37%, almost 38%, stated that Argyle Middle School needed help with stress management and relationship skills. And I think that is spot on with where we were this year. Students are stressed out, so they are seeking ways to help with that. We see that a lot in the counseling office especially. And then with the relationship skills, learning relationships with their parents, their teachers, and other students in the building, learning how to manage those really strong emotions when they're going through a really difficult time. But definitely friendships is one of the biggest things that we see in the middle school. And so based on these results, we were able to have groups this year with our intervention counselor. She was great at taking that information from the needs assessment and then being able to implement groups based on that. And she did weekly groups with these students. And we also helped her as needed as well. We collaborate daily, so there are 3 of us, and we are in a pod kind of in the middle of the building. We love being in the middle of the building because we have easy access to the students. Students have easy access to us as well. But it also means that we are able to see each other regularly, being that we're right across the hall from one another. It's not uncommon that if you come into the counseling office, you will see us collaborating on students, academics, whatever is going on our campus that day. So we do collaborate quite often within ourselves and with our administrators as well. Individual planning, these are the things that we did this year that contribute to the individual planning, which is to guide students, monitor them, manage their educational, career, and personal and social development. We meet with every single student in the beginning of the year. So we set aside almost probably the whole month of September, it seems like, but we go class to class and we meet with every single student and we just kind of talk to them. We want them to know who their counselor is on the campus. We want to get a feel for where they're at, where they're starting their year at, and we kind of get to know if they have friends. Like, do they have someone on campus that they could go to if they were having a rough day? Do they have someone to talk to? And so that's the purpose of our minute meetings, is to get them to know who we are and let them know how we can help them on the campus as well. We also did the 8th grade EduThings lesson. This supports our high school with their scheduling and picking courses for the next year. So we go through the 8th grade classes and we meet with all of them as well. We help with 504 meetings, ARD meetings. We do individual counseling, brief individual counseling, and course selection one-on-one. We also do that similar to how we did minute meetings. So we go over all the course selection with the students, and then we met one-on-one with them this year to help them choose their classes for next year, so that there was no question on what classes they were wanting to take and what that entailed for their classes. Guidance lessons. This year, these are the character traits that we covered through guidance lessons. We had a monthly character trait. We served this through our advisory class, so our teachers helped facilitate these lessons, but they were developed by the counseling department. System support. So we also want to support our teachers and our parents.
So some of the things that we provided this year was the dangers of social media parent information at the very beginning of the year. We put this in conjunction with our Welcome to Middle School presentation. We're part of the campus leadership team. Community resources. We also have a closet at our campus where we have shoes, clothes, backpacks, and supplies for students. We have given out quite a few pairs of shoes this year. We've received donations from our own staff members and community. They send in bags of clothes and shoes and backpacks. When we see a student who we're like, ooh, their shoes are looking like they might need a little bit of help, we talk to them about that and see if they want to get a new pair of shoes. And so we have been able to do that this year. We consult and communicate with all the stakeholders. Those are the parents. Daily, you will find us on the phone with parents and talking to parents or emailing with parents and other community members as well. And then again, the needs assessment that we did at the beginning of the year. Okay, responsive services. Again, the snack packs. We also have snack packs that come from the community storehouse. I'm not sure how many we hand out, but it's a steady flow of students that are coming in and getting those snack packs every single week. And then again, the clothing closet. We also communicate a lot with facilities and therapists on the outside of the school to help ensure that our students are ready to be successful on campus. We do have students that sometimes need to go into an outpatient facility, inpatient facility, partial hospitalization. And so making sure that we're communicating with their therapists and making sure that they're still getting education while they're there. And then whenever they return back to our campus, we meet with them and their parents to make sure that they are ready and we are meeting their needs on campus as well. Academic interventions, we meet with students who are failing and also work with them to create a plan to help get them passing again and getting them back on track, whether that's through organizational needs, communicating with their teachers. Sometimes they have a harder time communicating to their teachers where they're struggling. And so if we can help figure that out for them, we can also communicate that for them as well, or with them. We have the small groups this year, parent and teacher communication, and then transition meetings for students returning from treatment or a DAP. So we did have students at DAP this year, and before they would return to campus, the AP and the counselor would go over to DAP and meet with their student before they returned back to campus so that we made sure it was a smooth transition and that they were ready to return to campus. These are some of the programs that we provided this year. We did a new student meet and greet where our NJHS students came up to the school before school started, and we invited all new students to come in and meet and greet some existing students so that they would have a friendly face when they walked into school. We do a suicide prevention program called Signs of Suicide with all of our 7th graders. We facilitate that through our 7th grade science classes, where we do screen every single student. That is by parent participation only, so they can opt out of that program. It is an opt-in program only. Kindness Week, minute meetings, 8th grade edu-things, guidance lessons, and then we also have a career day where we have panels of different careers and we have them present to the students, and the students really, really do enjoy that. We also attended training and development this year. We have led staff development for our character lessons in the fall. We attended the Texas School Counselors Association conference. Connections Wellness did a tour for us and gave us a lot of really great information as well as bricolage. The Region 11 Counselor Cluster, we attended that to get some more information from other counselors in our area like Ponder, Aubrey, Sanger, that area. And then threat assessment training so that we can make sure that we are being able to help all of our students when they're in need. And that is it. Do you guys have any questions for us? No?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. I will try not to be repetitive. I know you've heard a lot over and over again, so thank you. I am Elizabeth Davis. I'm the lead counselor at Argyle High School. So thank you for giving us this opportunity to present to you guys tonight. I do have some of my colleagues with me. This is our whole team up here, but I've got our 3 new counselors that we had this year. So Mrs. McGuire, Mrs. Ivy, and Mrs. Brinkley are with me. We wanted to make sure we take a minute to thank you guys for the additional positions. We really feel like we've been able to add a lot of value to our counseling program this year, and it is a phenomenal team. So I am so blessed to be able to work with these ladies, and they have such huge hearts for our kids and our families and our community. So thank you. So one of the things that we did this year was we created a mission statement for our counseling department at the high school. And one of the things that we really wanted to concentrate on and get across was the importance of a partnership. We wanted to make sure our parents knew that we're in this together, right? It takes a village. We all need to work together to help our students be successful. So we wanted to put that in there as well as all of the other things that we are doing for our students. We did go ahead and track our time this year. So legislation has started to talk about counselors needing to track all of their time. So what that looks like is our calendars have blocks of time all throughout the day, whether we are meeting with a student talking about a crisis, if we're talking to a parent, if we're in a meeting with an assistant principal, our calendars are completely full. So this is something that is coming down the pike for counseling, is that they are going to require all counselors to do this. So we thought we'd get a jump start on it so we could really see our percentages and what we're doing. You can see the Texas state model up there tells you what we should be doing at the high school level. Every level is a little different. We do not have nearly as much curriculum as the elementary school does, and we're much more heavy focused on individual planning when you talk about planning for college or career or whatever comes next. So we're pretty in line with what we need to be doing with the state. You will notice our responsive services are a little lower than where the state wants them to be, and that's not a bad thing, right? Responsive services is crisis. So part of that is having Dr. Hagan to help us, and part of that is we really did ramp up a lot of our curriculum and preventative measures this year. So I think that has really helped us on the other
Dr.
end.
Hagan's numbers in here, or is this just you guys?
It's just us.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just the counselors. And then at the bottom, you're going to notice an area that says non-counseling duties. That's something that came across legislation the last year. It's called the 80-20 rule. I don't know what the House bill is, but basically they want to make sure that counselors are being utilized in the way that they want them to be utilized, right? That we're all helpers, so it's easy for us to say, yes, I want to help you do that, I want to do that. But they want to make sure that we're being used in a professional manner. So 80-20 is what they recommend that we are used, no more than 20% non-counseling duties. You can see we're at 10%. So it's not a concern for any of us. I did put a link if you're curious to see what is considered counselor duties or non-counselor duties. There's a link on there. I won't get into it tonight because I don't think it's an issue for us right now at the high school.
Does the system support being such a higher percentage versus what they suggest, but also versus the other schools, does that concern you, or is that just part of the job for high school students? Describe system support. What is
system support at the high school level? So the other 3 areas are direct services to students. It's when you have a student sitting in front of you. System support is when you're checking transcripts, changing schedules. A lot of the paperwork pieces. It's also, it varies between who you talk to. Sometimes if you're on a call with a parent, that can be considered system support, and sometimes it can be individual planning, just depending upon.
Those were the individual planning.
Yeah, it just depends. So they typically say the 3, guidance, curriculum, individual planning, and responsive services, are when you're directly sitting with a student, doing one of those 3 things. System support is also professional development, different things like that. So at the high school level, we check transcripts a lot. We audit GPAs, which is debatable, right? Should that be done by a counselor? Should it, data entry, should it be done by a counselor? Should it be done by an administrative assistant? There's a lot of overlap there. So I think there's room for improvement for sure, but I do think that we've come a long way, and part of that's growth, right? I mean, when you grow so quickly with kids, it's learning how to adapt to that in the counseling department. That answer your question?
Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Let's just say you had a dozen students that needed a letter of recommendation, either for a scholarship or for admission or maybe for an appeal. Where would you put that? Are you putting that on system support or on individual?
That would be system support. Yeah. Now, if you were sitting and talking to the student about what they've done and where they're going and advising them on college, then that would be
Right, but if
individual
you're helping them with that application process or appeal process, you're putting it in the other.
It gets a little tricky too right now because technology, right? If you're emailing back and forth with a student, where does that fall? Is that system support or is that planning? And how do you, so it's a work in progress, right? I mean, this year when we did it, it was more like, let's figure out how to do this process because it's new. There's districts across the state that are doing it really well, and there's a lot of us that are learning, and there's a lot that aren't doing it yet. So we were just kind of trying to get ahead of the curve a little bit and then kind of see how it grows from there. Okay. So the Texas model has been mentioned a lot tonight. There are some things that we have done at the high school level to try to get more in line. Again, this is a work in progress. So everybody is at different levels across the state. We did create the mission statement for our counseling department. We have increased communication. I don't know if you receive our newsletters that we send out every month, but again, it's really important, that transparency piece, that communication piece. We want parents to feel like if you have questions, call us. We want to have that communication with you. Same thing with social media. Get some information out there to both of our students and our parents in the community. We do have mandatory counseling topics, which I'm going to go over here in a little bit, but we wanted to make sure that those were also data informed. So, for example, we do have to cover dating violence as one of our topics. We did talk to Children's Advocacy Center and found out that in a year's time, we went from 12 students that were served by the Children's Advocacy Center in our district to 48. So it jumped quite a bit, right? So we wanted to make sure we had this information and we were serving our kids the way that we needed to because, again, we would rather have prevention rather than getting it on the other end. Increased visibility. So Mrs. Jessica talked earlier about having their office right in the middle of the building. We love being together as a counseling staff. We collaborate a lot with each other. Our office, if you've seen it, is more off to the side. It's in the back of the building, which is great for privacy, but it's also difficult for us because we're not in the middle of everything. So we have to make a very conscious effort to get out of our office. So we are out during the lunches. We rotate through and sit out in the cafeteria during lunch. We're out in the mornings, just walking through the halls and greeting kids. It's not a duty. We're not assigned a place to go because if we have a kid that needs us, we need to be free. But we do try to get out more often to see teachers and students. And then we also partnered with the community storehouse to provide weekend bags and snacks for our students. The mandated topics I was telling you about, we have 5 of them. So you see them listed there: the suicide prevention, substance abuse, college and career, healthy relationships, and cyberbullying. We split that up. Each counselor took one of those topics and worked on putting something together for that.
Can you go back?
Yeah.
Yeah, keep going.
Go ahead.
So the one on the right, the healthy relationships, I was at that. There was also an officer there that spoke.
Yes.
And she said that there was a program that they actually have to come to the board to get approved to speak. How do we get her to come present to the board so the board can approve that to be?
I can get her information to you for sure. And I think part of that is that she might have mentioned it that night. Their program is so small right now that they can't get the way that the Advocacy Center gets out to the different communities. They don't have the same capacity to do that. So they start at the board to try to figure out how they can get that information out. But I can
just
get
thought
you.
it was about social media and being lured, and it's something we need to do. We need to
Absolutely.
figure out a way to do it.
Yeah, I can get you her information for sure. So the rules changed a little bit with this this year. In the past, it's been, for some of these programs, it's been an opt-out, where we would send out to parents, if you don't want your child to participate, you have the right to opt out of this. A couple of them this year changed to opt-in. So anything that has a suicide screener or deals with sexual assault, domestic violence, or relationship violence, things like that, those two are now, you need written parent permission for students to participate in those. So we spent a lot of time on this. We sent out lots of emails. You probably got them. We called parents. We were open to them calling and asking us questions. We did previews, and we're actually really proud of the percentages that we got, because it is hard to get people to respond. So if you look at our numbers, signs of suicide was at the beginning of the year, so we had 65% of freshmen and 63% of our juniors that participated in that program. And you can see 30 students were identified as high risk. That means that they were actively thinking about suicide or had tried in the past. So that's a significant amount of students that we were able to help with this program.
For opt-in program, that's a great return.
Mm-hmm. And then if you look at the sexual assault, 82% of juniors and 79% of seniors. So we worked really hard on trying to get as much return on this as we could, because we feel like it's very important. And then the other programs that we did, the Tall Cop Says Stop, were evening presentations. So again, these are, we advertised parents to bring their kids to the presentation. So again, you're having that partnership where they're seeing it, their kids are seeing it at the same time. Same thing with the cyberbullying presentation. And then college and career is something we just do throughout the year. We do go into the classrooms and present Naviance lessons to them, show them how to search for colleges, how to build their resumes. We do FAFSA presentations throughout the year, the college fair. Hopefully you all are familiar with the college fair that we do in the fall. So that's our curriculum. Individual student planning looks very similar to the other campuses. We did have 156 new students this year. That was an initiative for us as well, to make sure that those kids were getting ongoing support. So we did check in with them frequently throughout the year and connected them to mentors. Our 4-year plans, we did meet with every student. We meet with them starting in 8th grade to help them build their 4-year plan. We present to them, show them how to do it, and then we go back around and meet with all of them individually. And then at the junior level, we do the same thing, but then we also invite the parents to be a part of that conversation, to make sure, as we're talking about planning for after high school and senior year schedule and getting graduation requirements in, that we're all on the same page. And then in the fall, we go back around and meet with all of those students, the juniors that we met with in the spring, meet with them again in their senior year to just check in. We do participate in 504 and ARD meetings, and any students that come up on our progress reports as a concern for failing, we do make sure to meet with all of those students. And then responsive services, you've heard about what those are, but these are the ways that we respond to students. We do get anonymous alerts, gaggle alerts that we work with Dr. Hagan, depending upon the situation, to follow up with those students and their parents. We provide counseling materials and referrals where needed. And then we also have a form in the counseling office, because there are times where we're not available, right? We're out of the office, we have another student. And so if a student wants to see us, they can fill out our Google form, tell us what it's about, how soon they need to see us, what period they have free, so that we can get to them very quickly. And then the system support. So that's our newsletter up there. That's everything else, right? Professional development, participating. We have a counselor on the campus leadership team, a counselor on the district leadership team, anything like coordinating testing, coordinating scholarships. You can see up there what all of those are. So that's it. Any other questions?
Yeah, I got a question. You said there were 12 students last year being seen by the Advocacy Center, and then this year it jumped to 48.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any understanding of why that happened 4 times?
Well, it was actually 2 years ago was 12. Am I saying the numbers right, Dr. Stieber? Okay. And last year was 48, not this year. It's anybody that is referred for child abuse or sexual assault. It's just throughout the community, right? It's any age.
Are you notified of who those kids are, students are?
That's a great question. I don't know if Dr. Hagan is or not. I guess it probably depends on whether or not the parent.
I don't think he can be.
Yeah, I don't, unless, yeah, I mean.
48 kids that are in the advocacy center.
Well, they've been referred, so it's like forensic interviewing, right? So if there's something that has happened, so those numbers, yeah, they jumped quite a bit, and that's why when the advocacy center presented that to us, when we were talking about them coming out to present, and she gave us those numbers, it's pretty alarming.
Yeah.
So it could be anything from child abuse to dating violence, right? So a girl's out with her boyfriend, or when something happens and they report it. So, and we do see that. We see that at the high school quite a bit. So, any other questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, this is, I mean, you want to go forward with this, or, yeah, we might as well go forward.
Let's finish these
Dyslexia.
last two. Yeah. Dyslexia, ESL, and GT.
Y'all can stay. You don't gotta leave.
Text us.
It's raining.
Who's,
They're trying to decide
yeah.
if they're up or not.
Who's up?
We're skipping.
It's a trick,
class.
sorry.
Hey, it's our turn. Thank y'all so much for having all these programs here tonight. It's hearing everybody. It's such an honor to work with all of these colleagues who love what they do. So we also love what we do. I'm Hillary Laird, and I'm the GT coordinator at South. And this is...
I'm April Torres. I'm at Hilltop.
And first, we want to just thank y'all for supporting our program. Welcome, Mrs. Artho, and congratulations, Mr. Hawksworth. And we're just going to give you a brief presentation of our year in review and what we do. And we also follow the Texas GT state plan, so we'll tell you a little bit about that as well.
So we serve in elementary. We go in and we push into the kinder through second grade classrooms, and we pull out third through fifth grade. In middle school, 6 through 8 is served through academic specific subject courses, and the high school 9 to 12 is pre-AP and AP program, dual credit enrollment, and distinguished achievement program.
And how we determine eligibility for our students is through a collection of quantitative and qualitative data. You can see that we use nationally normed assessments. We use the COGAT for our cognitive ability test, and we use the Iowa Achievement Test, where we test in both reading and math achievement scores. We also use the KBIT, which is the Kaufman Brief Intelligence Test, for any students that may have a 504, maybe they're twice exceptional, they have dyslexia. We use it for any ELL students to help us identify those students. That test is administered orally, so it's one-on-one, where we can gauge some additional data to help be equitable in who we're qualifying. The qualitative data that we collect, we use the Gates form, which is a teacher observation scale. We use that for all students that we're looking at. We also might, if we need to, collect additional samples of work or a portfolio that we keep over time. And we look for from all of that material, we look for at least 3 qualifying criteria to qualify our students, which could be and is both qualitative and quantitative for any students that we qualify. And all of those assessments are nationally normed assessments.
We have a campus selection committee. We also did meet as the 3 Horizon teachers from Hilltop, South, and West. We did also meet to have some consistency to really discuss our students together. And then we meet with our administrators and our school counselors as part of our committee, and we discuss students at each campus. We look at their specific achievement and intelligence testing criteria, and the committee will select any student scoring at above 94% and at least 3 of those. So that comes from Iowa and COGAT, those 3 94 percentiles. And then again, we look at the qualitative information as well. Currently, we have at Argyle West 48 GT students, ranging from third grade to fifth grade, with a 9% to 16% of that campus. At Hilltop, there are 50 total GT students. There's 11% to 22%, just again, depending on the grade level. In Argyle South, they have 63 total GT students, ranging from 13% to 18%. What you're going to see is within this year that is coming, we have about the same amount of students at West and Hilltop, and then we've had a significant increase at South. So at Argyle West, we'll have 58 total GT students. At Hilltop, we'll have 46. And then at South, we have 79. But we also will be getting new students as students move into the district. We will also be evaluating some students at the beginning of the year as well.
Question?
Yes.
Do you
Yes.
take all students that qualify? You don't have a cap or anything? You just,
Correct.
anyone that meets the criteria gets in the program?
Yes, ma'am.
And we evaluate that each year. We meet with Dr. Stieber and we look at, and that's part of our state plan as well, to evaluate our qualification process and how that compares to other districts around us. And so we do evaluate that each year, but there is not a cap.
Okay, thank you.
And then with our new students as well, our transfer policy is outlined on our website. We really worked hard with Mr. Heron and Mr. Saylor in updating our website so everything is very laid out so parents are aware of what that transfer policy looks like. We do accept transfers if they meet our criteria and our timeline of testing. If they are outside our timeline of testing, then we will retest. And just to refer back to our testing, we still in Argyle ISD, thank you to our board and Dr. Wright, we test all of our second grade students in the spring. And we love that we do that because we're able to catch students that might not otherwise pop up on teachers' radars. And so we use the COGAT as a screener for all students. And then based on the COGAT, then we would pull an additional pool of students for that achievement testing. And then third grade testing is parent recommendation or teacher recommendation only. And then again in fourth grade with our math placement program, we test all of our students because we use the COGAT and the Iowa for that math placement testing. So we're able as GT facilitators to look at that testing for GT as well. And in order to meet the needs of all of our gifted students and all of our high achieving students. We have a big population of gifted students, but we have an even bigger population of high achieving students in this district. And so we require in Argyle ISD that all of our educators have 30 hours of GT instructional service hours, and it meets those 5 core criteria when they come to our district. If they don't have those 30 hours, and this is any staff, this is teachers, counselors, we require of coaches, anybody who comes has to do this 30-hour training. And we look at identification and assessment, differentiation of curriculum, nature and needs, developing creative and critical thinking, and depth and complexity. So we're proud that we offer that to all of our new teachers. And then each year we also require a 6-hour update for those teachers.
Our curriculum comes from, in elementary, the Texas Performance-Based Standards. We use depth and complexity and scholarly behaviors, as well as that we spend a lot of time talking together. We meet and coordinate and look at our lessons and really try to align and have that consistent curriculum. And I feel like it just really makes us stronger. In secondary, the curriculum comes from honors, advanced placement, and dual credit.
We also love partnering with our community, and our third graders study city planning, and we are so lucky that our very own Dr. McDade also serves on the Argyle Planning and Zoning Committee, and so she visited all 3 of our campuses and did an amazing lesson with our students and has done that the past several years, so thank you so much, Dr. McDade. We think that firsthand information is more valuable than anything that we could teach them. We also partner with Corgan, our architecture firm, and they visit with our 4th graders who study architecture and engineering. And they came out and did, the 3 campuses gathered together, and they did an amazing hands-on lesson where they actually empowered the students to help make some decisions on the new campus. And so that was really great. And then we also had some of the Denton city managers come out and speak to our students as well. And that was awesome. So we appreciate our community partnerships. And then We also just wanted to thank Dr. Wright as well. Dr. Wright has been such a huge supporter of our program, and whenever possible doesn't miss any of our presentations and celebrations. And so here she was at our 5th grade movie of their Middle Ages study, Medieval Mayhem, and the kids made her a card, which I don't know if you can tell, but it's a Lone Star Cup. And so Dr. Wright, thank you for empowering our students, and you help them just seek that excellence, and empower is really a great word. They want to just reach for the stars and achieve because of the culture you've set here. So thank you to the board. We appreciate y'all. Thank you to our amazing principals and administration. Do y'all have any questions for us?
I left that movie believing that the future of that UIL team was healthy.
Yes.
It's very healthy.
I think so too.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Y'all have gone up and down. We're sorry.
Good evening. I'm Allie Tooley. I am the district ESL coordinator and then also the ESL specialist at Hilltop.
And I am Brandy Hunt. I am the ESL specialist at the high school. And we have 4 other members of our team that are here tonight, but there are 6 of us this year that serve over 300 plus students in our school district.
So I'm just going to start with a quick story about myself. When I was 8 years old, I moved here from Brazil. And I moved to a small town outside of Houston, Spring, Texas, if you guys know, familiar, in a district very similar to Argyle, Klein ISD. And there was not an ESL program, so I was it. And so I'm very passionate about the ESL program because I know firsthand how it is to come into a brand new school and not know anyone, and be a newcomer and not know the language. And we speak Portuguese, so it isn't a language that is common. And so I was not put in a situation where I could flourish. But by the grace of a sweet teacher that was her first year, was able to grab me and be able to help me learn English. So I'm very passionate about what we do and the program that we have here in Argyle.
Okay, so some of the slides that we have tonight are required by TEA, just as the normal update, like the training that we've done and the STAR scores and stuff. So we're going to go through those quickly, but we really want to focus on the numbers tonight and show you the breakdown of the growth. And the last couple years have been us like running around trying to get ahead of it, and kind of we put some projections kind of based on where the trend has been of what we're thinking we'll see in the future. Again, just so that you can get an idea of where we're going to need the support next year, because they're coming.
So how a student qualifies for ESL services is everyone in the district is given an initial home language survey, and this original survey is asked to parents to put what language is spoken in the home and what does your child speak. So if another language other than English appears, then we go ahead and test. Underneath that home language survey, it indicates to parents that we will be testing students, and they have 2 school weeks to let us know that they do not want their child tested. Once the child has been tested, then we no longer can go back.
Okay, these are the steps that you just said.
Yes. Those are the steps.
Yep. Here's some numbers.
And so this year, we tested 126 students in the district. We had 46 students that qualified. We had 80 students that did not qualify, and we had 5 deny services. We also had 88 students transfer into our program from other Texas schools. So once a student qualifies in any Texas school, they will qualify for us also in Argyle. If they come in from outside of the state and they were in an ESL program, we either start over with the home language survey, or if they put English, we just don't do anything with it.
And this is how our languages break down here in the district. We are at 71%.
This is 2020.
Oh, 2020,
Yep.
I'm sorry. 71% was in 2020 Spanish. And then other languages, such as the languages of India, 16, and then all others were at 11%. So this was at 2020, we were at 119.
So I took the data from 2020, and then the next slide shows you the comparison of just the enrollment numbers and the breakdown there.
Yeah. So we're now at 298, and that was a snapshot. And then as of 4/11, we're at 330. And so our Spanish numbers are consistent, but then the languages of India have gone up, and all other languages have also gone up.
So I got a question. In 2020, were you able to predict that this was a trend, or is it just happened?
It just happened.
So in 2020, I was teaching English, and Mr. King said, "Do you want to help out? I have one student in ESL, and our ESL teacher just left." And I said, "Sure. I did this before. I can do this again. It's one student. How hard can it be?" So I taught English too, and I had a class period for one student, and I have 26 now.
Yeah.
You just didn't see it coming.
We did not see it
We did
coming.
not see it coming.
And I think the diversity also is just quite intriguing. When I started on the board, we had in the district roughly 7 to 10 different languages total, and I thought that number was huge.
Yeah.
And then if we look at the dialects of languages of India, I mean, we're close to 40 different languages, correct?
43, yes.
43. So it's just amazing,
Yes.
the diversity that has been added over the years. So I look forward to this one slide, like right here. So
I know, I
from y'all's
wanted to see it
presentation
all.
every
Yeah,
year.
it's all pretty.
I needed to put it on a pie chart there. Like, it's hard to explain until you see it.
But is there any way to be proactive in this area?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So the last 2 years, this year we have 6 of us. One of them is she's ESL, but she's at middle school. She's ESL, but she's also the 504 overall testing. So we're spread thin as far as getting the support in the classroom. I feel like that's where we've been the last 2 years, is just trying to stay one step ahead of it with paperwork and compliance and making sure that we're doing everything legally that we're supposed to do. But I feel like we're missing the in the classroom piece that's where we want to be, and we're trying to stay ahead of it as best we can.
So it's just manpower.
Manpower, absolutely.
Yes.
I'm sorry, your total enrollment at 298, when was that?
Snapshot.
October 15th.
October 15th.
So, okay.
Yeah,
So
most of my
from
data was
from
pulled from
October
that.
to April.
They've just been.
So what's a good ratio? When you have
It's just been
300
increasing. Yeah.
kids. that are in the
Per
program.
campus, so other districts surrounding, Coppell is an example of a district that this was very similar to Coppell. A good ratio is having an ESL specialist per campus that can serve each campus, and then you have a coordinator, and then you have a district, a person above. So I'm serving as a coordinator and the specialist at Hilltop.
Also,
That good.
she's phenomenal. Also, right now we're on our campus too, and so my suggestion in the future would be to bouncing around more. You'll see on the next slide the numbers vary, and if you look at the high school and the middle school, that's one student, but that is high school. Talk about my campus here; it's all the different subjects that we need to graduate. So
the hardest part is the prediction is there's a prediction and there isn't a prediction. As I was telling you about my story as a newcomer is somebody who comes in with 0 language. So we can't predict how much time that's going to take us to help that student get acclimated into the school system and their family. So it could take anywhere from a week to 3 months to get a student in a position where they can be in their classroom and be, okay, somewhat.
But at South, they have 169
let me go to the
kids
next.
in the program.
Here's your next slide.
Mhm. Yes, so here's our breakdown from 2020 to 2022. So there's And again, some of it has to do with, when we changed schools and such. So, yes, at South, where it's not there yet, but this is our numbers. So 298, 119, 298, so there's the growth. And then we're going to show you the growth in South in our next slide.
There's South specifically.
Yeah, here's South specifically. So they're
It's not
big.
a one-man job.
Right. Yeah. So our primary language at South is Telugu. This was our numbers. And as you can see, one of the bigger populations is our pre-K and kindergarten kiddos. And then it just goes from there. And part of that has to do with, students can exit starting in first grade. So they can exit the program starting in first grade. A lot of it has to do with our transfers. So a lot of transfer students coming in.
So the primary language is the primary language spoken at home.
Yes, sir.
But these kids, do they understand and speak English pretty well? A lot of times the kids
Right.
are well advanced.
So the testing that we do is from the state of Texas called Lost Links, and Lost Links will test students on their oral proficiency. So according to the state of Texas, they are not proficient yet in English.
Okay.
So having a second language is tricky because although the child may not speak the language, they may hear it in the home, so that means that they may not have academic vocabulary to advance in the classroom. So even though they may not be able to speak that primary language, they are still hearing it, and the parents may not be able to give them the supports that they need in order to advance in the classroom. So it's kind of tricky. And then you have families who that is their only language. Like in my home, we only spoke Portuguese. So then there's that part of the puzzle too. So my parents weren't able to help me at all when it came to coming to school.
So how many staff members do we have at South?
We have one full-time person and a half-time person.
And how many would you like to see for 169?
2 full-time people.
Liz, obviously there's more resources associated with these students, but we get a higher allotment for these students, don't we? Or
there's a small allotment that goes along with ESL bilingual, yes.
so small meaning like less than 5%.
Now go ahead and talk. And I'll
Okay, just curious.
Yeah.
We'll be here.
And then Telugu, we hit our number.
So with Telugu, we've hit our number because the state of Texas, Chapter 89 says that if you have 20 or more students in the district in the same grade level that speak the same language, you have to offer bilingual services. So we hit that number. And here's the tricky part. The state does not offer a Telugu certification for a teacher in order to have bilingual. So we have to next year write a waiver to the state for an exception. And that exception says that because you, TEA, do not offer a certificate, we can't offer bilingual. However, 10% of our allotment money from these students have to be put aside for professional development, specifically for the students that speak this language.
I think the bigger number is the fact that we are almost to the max, or not max, to the limit on Spanish.
Yeah, Spanish is getting pretty close.
And Spanish, we have a few more students and we will be needing to.
You see that 19 is where we're at for Spanish, and one more student would get you to the bilingual piece for having to figure out what we're going to do with Spanish speakers.
And that is a bilingual, switch over to a bilingual
And that's just
program.
at South.
Correct.
How are we doing at the other campuses in that regard?
Spanish?
Yeah.
It's not as big of number, but we're getting there.
But it's across the district.
It's across the district, right?
To hit that 19.
Yeah, so it's no longer campus, it used to be, but now it's district, yes.
So you could conceivably, if you started a program, bus students
Yes, ma'am.
to that campus.
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, you ready?
Okay, sure. Okay, so this this data here. So this is my first year full time in this position. So last year I taught English 2 honors on level English 2, and then a little bit of my time was devoted to ESL, and I'm saying that only because I'm going to show you my data here in a second. But this is where my my red flags popped up this year when I was looking at data. Is that now I think it's a little extreme to ask this in my own personal opinion, but the state of Texas says that if you get a newcomer and they speak no English and they're right at the beginning, the next year they should move up to an intermediate, and the next year after that they should move to advanced, and after that advanced high, and then that next year, that 5th year, they should be able to reclassify out of the program, and that is them showing progress each year. So our long-termers, if you look at our secondary students, those are students over 6 years, so those are students who are not progressing. Now this is data from, we don't have this year's numbers for this, and I'm hoping that with just the added positions and the work we've done, that this is going to look different. But right now, if you look at last year's data, it's kind of overwhelming that we have 37 at the middle school and 12 at the high school that did not make progress. I included the newcomers on this because a newcomer, that could be anyone where you've moved from a student from South Africa. He's technically a newcomer. He needs very little support. He speaks English. He just doesn't read or write it very well. Or another student from Mexico that I have that has not really been in a school system for 3 years. So they're different, but they're newcomers, but one needs a little bit of help and one is almost a full-time position, just helping that child at the secondary level graduate. So the reason I point this out is that when I saw the numbers this year, I thought eventually, our population is growing, that obviously we want them to succeed, but I want to keep progressing so that we don't have to have a discussion about accountability ratings and stuff, because I don't want that dinging us, that they're not making progress. So that's been my focus this year. I'm looking forward to this conversation at the beginning of the school next year when I have some better data for you. Yeah. I feel without a doubt we've done a lot of work this year to alleviate this. We have a lot more students that we are looking forward to reclassifying. We've changed up a lot of things and spent a lot of more time on hitting these markers to get them out. Yeah. So there's that data. Now, here is my math from an English teacher. So I think I've checked it twice, but so these are our numbers. If I just do a 10% growth and a 20% growth, I think that just kind of gives you an idea. And those are at snapshot numbers. So yeah. I mean those aren't even accurate, just kind of where we are now. No. So
yeah. What was your growth last year?
Well, from last year to
191.
Yeah.
191 to 2. They're already
60%.
And they're already at 330.
Well, so when I started the position 3 years ago, we were at 89. So that gives you an idea.
Okay, but yeah. So what happens if we experience this again next year? The same type of growth, instead of we go 60%.
I mean, if nothing changes and the 6 of us are running around doing what we did this year, I think we're going to focus on the bare minimum of what we need to get done, which is keeping us paperwork and keeping us in compliance. And we won't get into the classrooms as much as we want, but we will keep us in compliance. But that is definitely a concern.
So if you're not getting into the classrooms, then the kids are not progressing, and it's just kind of
and it's also and it also has to do with our teachers, because it's also not fair for our teachers when they have a newcomer in the classroom and they have 19 other students, and we can't come in to service them as sufficiently as we should as specialists.
Do we require ESL certification?
Yes, all of our teachers are. Yes, all of our teachers are ESL certified in the elementary level. Middle school and high school is our English teachers are ESL certified.
So how are you guys assigned? I mean, there's 6 of you, we have 5 campuses right now.
Right now, we're just assigned per campus. We're not a department.
So I'm at the high school, and then we have someone at the middle school, and then she's at Hilltop, and then we have 1 person at West and 1.5 at South.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay, ready for some more numbers?
So this is pre-K. So part of our program is we also do state-funded pre-K testing to qualify students for the state-funded program. In 2021, we had 20 students that qualified for state-funded, and this year we had 48 students that qualified for state-funded. And so this year we also transferred 10 more students. So students that get qualified in another Texas school for state-funded pre-K also qualify for us. So that's another thing that happens that has increased our numbers, is the pre-K numbers. So we tested 3 weeks ago almost 66 students, and 52 qualified for pre-K.
And that's before anything in August.
Yeah, that's before testing that, well, we have another round of testing that happened today. And then we will test again in August. And state funded doesn't stop, because a parent can still ask for state funded pre-K at any point.
So how will your numbers anticipated at the beginning of next year compared to what you started out with this year, pre-K?
So we started 48 this year.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you're already looking at?
We're already looking at 52 that qualified. And that's not taking into account our other students that can qualify for state funding. Right. So this is just a big increase that we're anticipating with pre-K.
Okay.
So our goals for next year is testing to be completed before the school year begins. So our home language surveys, when parents enroll, we already know and should know that we can test them. So our goal would be to try to get as many students tested prior to school starting, so that we know how many qualifiers that we have for our program. Teacher coaching on best practices for our language learners. Yes, our teachers are ESL certified, but they also need to be coached in how to work with students, specifically from different cultures. And then our goal would be to attend PLCs in order to guide our teachers using the ELPS, which is the English Language Proficiency Standards, that's part of the TEKS. And also get our TELPOS scores, which don't come in until August 16th, to drive our instruction. Professional development for all campuses on cultural proficiency, specifically for the languages that you saw our growth in, more parent and community involvement. I wanted to also start a welcome center at Hilltop because I do speak Portuguese and Spanish. I'm able to help parents with those 2 languages, and then we have lots of paraprofessionals that also speak some other dialects of the Indian languages, so partnering up where we have a welcome center for parents to be able to be guided better on how our district procedures work. And then lastly, a partnership with North Texas Adult Education and Early Literacy to provide ESL classes for our parents and GED classes, and also professional courses for our parents here in the community to grow.
You know, I wonder if some of these languages, whether there are actual parents in the district that would be willing to volunteer for some of these welcome centers and be helpful.
Yes.
If they know their.
Yes, that's my goal. I hope so, yes.
Guys, I misunderstood you, I'm sorry.
Okay, so I put this up here, but basically when we're talking about the making progress and reclassifying, the criteria is that they have to pass their English STAR test with no accommodations, and they have to get advanced high on the domains in the TELPOS, which is It's another, state test that we give for language, basically. It's the STAR of teaching English, basically. So they have to get advanced high on listening, speaking, reading, and writing. So with that said, I'm going to show you the STAR numbers from last year because here, there's a lot of data. I will be honest, it's not pretty from last year, but like I said, I really think that next year this is going to be a different story. We've done a lot with TELPAS specifically on how to test them to get the scores we need, because we honestly we're learning the test too, and so I think we've made some changes. I think it's gonna look better this year. But this is the did not meet. Those are the kids that even if they were advanced high on the reading test there, if they were advanced high on everything else, I couldn't progress them and reclassify them just based off of that test score.
So does the STAR, or the Texas, do they just look at percentages, or is actually the number of students part of this equation? Because I'm guessing some of these, the number of students is very low.
Yes,
to
yeah.
where one or two kids could push you over.
For sure. And that was when looking at putting this together. So yes, so 50%, let me get a reading one, 66% of reading, that could be just, 2 students or 3 students or whatever. But whatever the number is, there's a percentage of students there that we couldn't reclassify. So you're right, the numbers are kind of skewed depending on, it could be 1 student or you look at my, let me get to the next one here. So yeah, English 2. So English 2 last year, that was 2 students. So it looks rough, but it's 2 students.
Right.
Okay, our TELPAS scores. So overall, I looked through the giant spreadsheet of all our TELPAS data, and I just pulled out, these are the numbers that scored advanced high across the district. So, the numbers, like I said, per student or overall, the numbers are low, however you look at it. So, but again, I keep coming back to this because we don't have our scores in from this year, but this year we've added staff, we've done some things to work on this.
And TELPAS is done all in the computer, so it's a difficult test because in the past it used to be a rubric by teachers where it was more subjective, and now we're putting students on a computer. We're asking them to speak on microphones. So there's a lot of factors that go into play when it comes to the ratings of TELPAS.
So ideally, I would like to see 100% of our students passing STAR and 100% of our students here. That's where the goal would be in the dream world. We're working on it. There's the breakdown, but really the screen before you was just the averages of everything there. Now here's the cool stuff that we did this year. So these are some of the things that we have to mention that we're doing, but they're pretty cool. So we've all attended training, we've attended training. I think, the goal would be to, like I said, to get in the classroom more, to work with our teachers more. But we did attend several trainings through Region 11, we have a TA newcomer cooperative that we're part of, and all of the Region 11 meetings. And then our teachers, just working on the elementary campuses, and you can speak to this.
Yeah, so all the elementary campuses received 7 Steps to a Language-Rich Interactive Classroom by John Silitz in August, and then we did some training throughout the year during in-service days. We also trained teachers specifically on content, and then linguistic accommodations, which is part of the Chapter 89. We also trained teachers on how to utilize that for each student. And then LPAC procedures, maintaining compliance, attending off-campus training to identify also our multilingual gifted students. We were able to be part of a newcomer cooperative through through TEA, which is helping me, along with our specialists, understand better how to implement newcomer practices in a district that's growing.
And then all the fun stuff we did. I feel like this is definitely an area that we were able to shine. At the high school, I have, you were talking about the volunteers that speak the different languages helping. I had parents that come in. The bottom left picture is my parent volunteers coming in and working with a couple of my students. The ESL parent night, just to go over, okay, you're in high school, here's everything that you need to know about graduation. This is how college works in the United States, kind of thing. And then our ESL coffee talks, and then participating in our multicultural fair.
And then we did a big ESL bingo night,
Oh, yeah.
And that was really fun to have all the families come out.
So next year we definitely would like more people to come to our bingo night. So you're all invited to bingo night. It was fun. And then the last slide is the one that I am super proud of. The last slide is we are at 100% graduation rate. So I will say, the work is paying off. These are my 4 graduates this year that have been with me for the last couple of years. So we're getting there, and these 4 will walk the stage. It's pretty cool.
Thank you so much
Thank you.
for listening.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Dr. Stever, before we go to dyslexia, I'm going to let Zonda go. Okay. Up to the top, 12A.
Well, President Slayton, members of the board, Dr. Wright. So tonight, this is probably going to be one of the last evenings that I get to see you guys but I actually came specifically to say goodbye to Dr. Wright. So this was an opportunity to say thank you to her for the time that I've spent with her. I've actually been working with her for about 7 years. And so she was, I've been working with Templeton Demographics back then, now Zonda, for about 10 years now. And so she was one of my very first clients that that they took the training wheels off and let me come out here and work with her. And so that was, so she's been one of the longest people that I've dealt with as far as superintendents. And so all the many things that you guys have heard tonight have been amazing. And, from an outside perspective, her influence has been, much greater than just the things that have happened in this district. And so tonight, as I'm kind of handing the baton off to Hudson as well, as because I've moved into a different position with our company. But I did want to say thank you for all the time that we've got to spend together. Thank you for the opportunity to work with you guys. It has been an absolute pleasure to work with a district that has got such great leadership at the helm, but also such great board members that have helped perpetuate that as well. Because that starts there and it bleeds into the community. And it's been a great example to me of what a good board, a good functioning leadership looks like, and a good superintendent that has staying power. And so there is something to be said about consistency through that time period. And I've seen it all. I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly in the times that I've been doing this for the last, as a consultant for the last 7 years. And so I just wanted to say thank you. And, Dr. Wright, you started as a client, and tonight I can honestly say you're one of my friends. So that's the best compliment I can give anyone. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Hudson, who's going to
We do appreciate you,
Yes,
Trent,
thanks.
everything you've done for us. And appreciate my sometimes untimely calls.
You mentioned, several people have mentioned, midnight emails or, 4 a.m. She is not immune to send those to people outside the district.
Yeah, but I didn't call you except during the day.
You chose to respond, Trent.
Get Trent on the
That's
phone.
right.
How many times have I said, let's just get Trent on the phone? And you would always answer.
I've heard that so many times over the last 6 years. Well, let's just call Trent. We'll call him.
Now you know what to look forward to.
Yes, that's all right.
We'll take the training wheels off. That's all right. I didn't know we were going to be doing that tonight, but we're in good shape. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. Thank you for being able to for us to be able to be a part of this tonight and on such a special time. So with that said, I'll try to take us through this as briefly as possible. I will say that related to the overall housing market right now, it has been kind of an interesting time over the last several years. We've seen significant population growth, and we've also seen extremely low employment rate. And all of those things have created a very healthy housing market. At the same time, we are also seeing some things happen in the market right now related to what's been happening with the interest rates. And so those interest rates have started to slow things down a little bit. And when you're going at Mach speed, as we have, some of those things may not necessarily be always a bad thing. So as I kind of go through this, you'll see a little bit of what I mean. When we look at the overall DFW market, you can see that in evaluating where we're at related to that 2022 fourth quarter number, we have started to drop related to the overall number of starts. We're actually still continuing to see an uptick in the overall closings, and that really ties to the fact that we did have a significant amount of inventory in construction that was going through some of the challenges of trying to complete projects because of some of the logistical challenges, supply chain, all of those things. And those things have started to slow, and some of those things have kind of come in that have kind of created several of those projects to be able to be completed over the last several months. You'll see that this also kind of plays into specifically what's happened within Argyle ISD. So you can see that significant number of increases related to the number of starts. When you look at your 2021 year, was a historic number of starts. And again, 2022 at 765 annual starts is still a fairly significant number, and it's actually almost double what you were even in 2020. What you will see when you kind of forward over to the next table, you'll see that you have a historic number of closings at 823 closings for the year and 284 in that fourth quarter. So again, a very, very strong number, and that will play into some of your numbers as we finish out this year and start the school year next year related to our overall numbers. This is just a comparison, so you can see the difference between the annual starts from that fourth quarter of 21 compared to that fourth quarter of 22, and you can see that there is a drop of about 197 in that number, as well as that quarterly start difference. Again, significant increase in the overall annual closings of that plus number of 242, and again, plus 74. We did see a little bit of a drop in the number of overall homes that were under construction in that quarter compared to the previous year. And you can see that there is a slight drop in the overall number of inventory that's in the district. In addition to that,
do you think that that's just because of construction time, that you had all the construction starts in 21 that carried over into 22?
That very well could be, yes. And I'm anticipating that being a major factor in part of what has created that larger number. There was a little bit of a buildup for that, yes. You can see the developers have continued to deliver lots, so you can see that there was an increase in the overall number of lots that were supplied to the district, so over 1,376 in that fourth quarter. And the overall number of futures inversely came down just a little bit to that 6,500 number of futures remaining. This just shows a snapshot of what's happening in each one of the specific feeder patterns. So you can see the largest numbers that are there, and that's why we reference the highest number of activities are specific to the South Elementary attendance zone. And you'll see related to that large number of futures is specifically tied to First Ranch in that area currently right now. And you can also see that overall that vacant developed lots, that Argyle West is the highest at that 817 total number of lots that are ready to build on at this time.
So Hudson, can I ask you, so when I want to see, and this is just not over a 10-year period, this is just kind of like what you anticipate being built out for the district in each one of these zones.
That is a current snapshot right now of, as of that specific quarter, where we had each one of those categories by attendance zone.
So if I look at West, if I start with the under construction, inventory, vacant lots, and futures, add those up, that's what you're anticipating being future single-family homes in that zone.
Yes, and I would, the only qualification I would have to that is as of our current status right now. So that's with all the lots and plats and things that have been identified for some degree of development at this point in time.
And so the alarming number here is the south zone. I mean, if I add up under construction, inventory, vacant lots, and futures, I mean,
That's first range.
I mean, that's,
The futures is
what is it, 6,000?
Yeah, but that's also, how far out is that? I mean,
In these futures, you're referencing, you could be referencing still 10 to 15 years out.
I'm just talking about where you're going to be building schools and buying land, because you can just see that you add all those numbers up. I mean, percentage-wise, it's in the south region.
Well,
You're going to have
the vacant developed lots in West is a large number.
But a portion of those, the one thing I don't like about how we organize this by current elementary status is a portion of the south is the ridge.
Yes.
Which is, visually, it's not south. So it's a portion of these under construction and.
Per the attendance zone, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that
See what I'm saying?
5216 can include homes in the ridge for right now?
It would currently, yes. Yes.
And first range?
Yes.
Okay.
The ridge only has 1,000, can you go back, 1,045, something like that?
Yeah, in fact, I'll touch on
Oh,
the
it's
ridge here
coming out,
shortly,
okay.
so I'll touch on it here shortly.
Okay.
But at some point, you'll add elementary 4 and 5 on here, and it will better parse that out.
Absolutely, yes. As time goes, as we continue to develop, those numbers will become less because they'll be
It's the same number, and it's.
except you won't have these high
I mean,
per.
but it's overwhelmingly south. I mean, there's no, take the ridge, I'll give you the, I mean, it's overwhelmingly south.
The VDL is a big number.
Yes,
The
yes.
VDL in West is a big number.
Yes, it is.
That's more the short term.
The bottom line is, all of them are.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to really look at it, you got to add them all up. For every
Yeah.
elementary on here, that's my point.
The 6508 is the number.
Right.
Yeah.
You gotta be looking at.
6508.
Yeah.
That's the
Oh,
number.
no, you
That's
need to
your
add
age.
506,
No.
564, 13, and 65.
Yeah, you gotta
have to
add
add
all of
these
You have to
Yes.
That's what ought to worry.
That's
Add
right.
506 plus
That's what I would
1376 plus 6508.
And then the percentage of all that it's in the south region is
He's not going to let South catch.
huge,
Mm-hmm.
huge.
That's true.
Yes. All right. So with that, we'll tie in to kind of what that looks like on the overall map. So you can see that there are 20 active building subdivisions currently right now, with 13 future subdivisions that are going to be at various stages of the planning. You can see that there is groundwork that is underway on more than 500 of those lots, and that is specific to about 7 subdivisions within the district. And then overall, we had about 409 of those lots that were delivered in that fourth quarter of 2022. To get a little bit more into some of the details, you can see that we do have a semi-unique development that's kind of in that northern area of the district, specific to, this is in the Argyle West area. The BB Living harvest is 191 total single family for rent units, and these are new units that are new developments that are popping up in several areas around the area. We're still evaluating those because it's single family for rent is not new, but single family for rent developments are relatively new. And getting understanding of what those yields will be moving forward, we're in the process of evaluating exactly what that's going to potentially look like. But we do anticipate those first units being completed in the next several months. And by the time we get to September, October, we'll start to most likely see some numbers coming from that development.
Sorry. Do you expect, are you expecting the yield to go up as a result of them being rental properties or stay flat? Flat, largely. It's already large, but
we have such a high yield as it is. I don't anticipate that it would be a higher yield than what we currently have, but it could potentially keep our yield higher for longer with that.
Are there any comparable rapid growth districts that have single family rental unit divisions?
We're seeing some of these in Northwest, but they are still they're still relatively new. So we're just now starting to get an understanding of exactly what those numbers are going to look like.
It's a real popular development plan.
It's becoming that direction
all over North Texas.
It is.
You can't get apartments zoned. I can go in and put in a bunch of.
So far, what we've learned in the very limited amount of these developments that we've been able to actually look at is that the yield is slightly lower than regular single family, but it is very close. But it is actually slightly lower.
Whereas if it was
that would mean
apartments,
for us 0.9.
Well, it just, again, part of the reason, and we've had this discussion among our colleagues at work, but part of the reason those yields have been so high is also because of you allowing students to come in that have a contract on that location. And so we geocode them to that, even though there may not be a house there yet.
Okay.
And so part of that is a little inflated because of those transfer students to say, have that, 0.99 or whatever. It's still very high even without those, but it is a little inflated because of those numbers. And so for actually next year, when you're not doing that, it'll actually generate a much probably better, more accurate yield for those locations.
but you use 0.15 for apartments.
Overall, across, the state, that's about the average.
That's what you're using for the projected apartments in First Branch.
Somewhere between 0.15 and 0.2.
And whereas a single family home is yielding about 1.
No, it's usually about 0.6.
But in our district, it's yielding about 1.
It's, probably overall it's about 0.8.
0.8.
0.85.
And so you're thinking that maybe this type of rent house community will be somewhere between 0.1 and 0.8.
Yeah, it would probably be closer to 0.8 than it would be 0.1.
I would also point out that its proximity to the elementary school will also play a factor in that. So I can speak specific to that. Those do factor into families being interested in those specific areas.
It's also a very established neighborhood.
Very much so.
Lots of other kids around.
Yep.
And it's a way to get into a home without having to qualify for a mortgage.
Which is going to be more popular.
And related to a price point where for a family who's evaluating where they're going to move or wanting to move specifically into the district, but maybe not being able to have a house ready yet, that may also be an alternative at that time. So in that same general area, we have Hawthorne Estates that has the 31 total future lots that are still there. It's been platted, and they've are in the process of getting it developed currently right now. Anticipate that we would start to see some activity related to homes later this year. Harvest is a significant number there related to the 3,125 total lots that are there within that overall development. They have 592 future lots, 816 vacant developed lots ready to be built on. 140 of those are currently under construction. I will point out, I did look at the quarterly starts specifically to Harvest. So we did have 40 starts in the fourth quarter of 2022 and actually moved up to 51 starts in the first quarter of 23.
I look at this right and say we're about 50% done in harvest.
Yes, I would say you're right there, about 50% at this stage of things. Yes. Moving down into the Argyle South community, we've got Canyon Falls that is getting close to build out. It's got over 1,074 total lots within the overall development, with 24 futures remaining, 96 vacant developed lots that are available to be built on. You can see that they had we did have 9 starts in the fourth quarter. We only had a couple of additional starts in the first quarter, so we're just about getting close to being built out. Again, we've had a fairly significant yield, and almost everybody's in there at this stage. And so we do have an extremely high yield of that 0.942 within the Canyon Falls community. Related to the Ridge, pointing to the number of futures there that was requested, there's 567 futures that still remain. Has 124 vacant developed lots that are ready to be built on. Currently has 100 homes that are under construction right now. I show that we had about 18 starts in the fourth quarter of 22, and that was followed up with 10 starts. So it has slowed a little bit from what it's been, but we would still anticipate that it's still going to grow about 100 to 150 homes, and it may be a little closer to that 100 until we see the mortgage rates kind of stabilize, but still significant growth in that area.
Which is why, I mean, when I look at that, you got 1,500 homes on the ground in Harvest, you have about 500 homes in the Ridge on the ground, and you have West pretty much at capacity. And when I look at this data, you have another 1,500 homes to go in Harvest, and you have another 500 plus homes to go in the Ridge. It looks like another school, right?
It would be, your numbers are correct. They're moving in that direction, yes.
So that's, okay, so ES4 being over there is the right spot to be.
Yes, sir.
Oh, totally. Totally.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good decision to go, and at the pace things have been moving up there in that area, that's the right choice. Specific to moving a little bit over to the east of the district, northeast, speaking about Vintage Village, there's 119 total future lots in that development right now. That plat was approved in March of 22. We do have groundwork underway, and they are anticipating the first several lots of that being delivered in late 2023. And the developer's telling us it's going to be about 40 to 50 homes a year, so probably about maybe 2.5 years worth of projects coming from that area. When looking at the overall multifamily picture, and we do kind of identify that single family for rent is in that purple, you can see that there are a few other areas in the district that has a limited amount of multifamily units in various planning stages, early planning stages, but things that we would definitely want to incorporate into our overall numbers as we move forward. This is a newcomers leavers report that we do, and this takes in our student IDs, and it takes away our kindergarten students that would naturally be coming in, and it takes away your senior, your 12th graders, your seniors that would be leaving, and so you can evaluate from a district perspective the number of new students that are coming in and the number of students that are leaving 1 year to the next. So given the fact that our numbers have grown the way they have, these numbers probably aren't shocking, but they do give the district an idea of the mobility of what's happening in your district related to your student enrollment. This also highlights the information that we get from TEA, so you can see kind of an idea of the number of students that are transferring in from some of the surrounding areas. And you can see that you had 228 transfer in this year, and you had 237 that transferred out. Of that 237, several of those are related to online classes, but you can see that it's the difference that's there in that 5-year change between in and out.
So this is the first year we've had more going out than coming in 5 years.
I'll just touch on the last two slides. This is, in the past, we've touched on a mid projection and provided a high. We think with where interest rates are and the pace of construction and the number of starts, that we think that the conservative mid-range number is the correct number to project. And so you can see on the far right side the number of students we anticipate growing year over year. You can see that 4,922 number is the fall snapshot number. As I picked up in Dr. Wright's video, I think we're at 5,070 students, so we've picked up 150 beyond that towards the anticipated fall number. So we would anticipate that we would be at about 12%, and again, a fairly consistent 10% enrollment over the next increase year over year for the next several years, based off of the pace of activity that we continue to see.
You don't think, and I can appreciate over the next couple of 3 years, there's probably more confidence level, but with the assumption that the interest rates will go down, cross my fingers, then shouldn't you see those percentages just bump up pretty quickly as far as the growth? Because then construction just...
It's definitely a combination, and as we do, we always like to evaluate our numbers. We give a long-range 10-year plan. We always like to say evaluate it maybe for the next 5 years is probably more the range that you want to evaluate related to ultimate decision making, to make sure that you make all the necessary accommodations for the next 5 years. We know that there's going to be some shifts and changes. Hopefully those mortgage rates are going to come down. There's a lot of speculation in the market right now about higher for longer and all of those things. We hope that at this stage that the Federal Reserve has paused, but we don't know that yet. So we're just trying to figure out exactly what's going to happen with that. But that will, when that does change, that potentially may change what the market is, and ultimately potentially would change, and we would come back to you and evaluate that at that time.
So for our build plan, we've kind of taken the high end estimates, which I think we have to do because you have to look out 2 years in advance. And right now your high end over the 10 years is about 12,000 total students. And what I've heard before from y'all is that you also consider that to be the peak.
Yes.
And whether it's 10 years from now or 11 years from now, or 12 years from now, or 30, do you still think that's, based on your analysis, that would still be kind of the peak?
I think at the anticipated pace of growth that we still continue to see the district going through, I think that's a good solid number to plan for. The longer it draws out, that number could come down a little bit, because as the district starts to mature, some of those numbers start to draw down a little bit. So the time frame of development does factor in, but we do like to say, for planning purposes, to make sure that you have it related to your facilities, that you have your peak number at least in your target.
Okay.
Question, I mean, we're just looking at last year's and this year's. Is this chart up here 10-year forecasting? You don't say high, low. Actually, this one didn't either. But where do you see the current numbers? Because they're
this would be more. This would be in more of that. I think we had probably a mid and a high, and this would be more in that mid range rather than the high. And again, when you look at where we were if you think about where we were about a year ago related to where the interest rates were and the pace of construction and the activities that were taking place, we were moving at a much faster pace, and the faster the pace, the higher the sooner you're going to reach those higher numbers. And this is our 10-year snapshot that just identifies what's happening at each one of these campuses. Again, when you look at each one of those campus numbers, and I know we've already met with our principals to know that we're higher than where those current numbers are, and so we anticipate that we're going to be in line with or higher. In a couple of cases, specifically Hilltop's even higher than what we reference in that 23-24 timeframe currently right now. But we are currently working with administration on evaluating potential solutions to create some relief for potentially Argyle South. And we know that with the numbers that we're dealing with Argyle West, that we know we're going to have relief coming when we open up the new elementary number 4 campus. Again, annual start slowed in that fourth quarter of 2022. I would also say that we still see a significant number of closes taking place, and that will help us with our enrollment numbers for next year. The district has over 1,300 lots currently available to build on, with about 500 more that are under development currently right now. And we do think right now on the low side, conservative side, that we would forecast something in that 8,000 range, but for planning purposes and evaluating facilities, looking at the higher range of about 9,000 by that 27, 28 year. And if we do the same thing related to an additional 5 years out, we've got that range of about 10,400 to ultimately what we discussed about a peak of about 12,000.
It's a 1,500 kid difference between your low and your high, or your moderate and your high, which is like,
A high school.
a high school or whatever. I mean, it's
What's
an
spread out?
oversized middle school or
And again, these are 10 years out. So
Yeah.
as we get closer to that, we'll tie in closer to those numbers. But we would want to make sure that the district has an idea of what those numbers potentially could be.
Thank you, Hudson.
All right, thank you all very much.
Thanks, Hudson.
I was going to say, so just as a matter of perspective, my very first time I came to Argyle ISD to do a board meeting, it was this late. And they said,
We haven't gotten any better at that.
just for you newcomers, just get ready. What was interesting is that we actually didn't even present that night because we were at the bottom of the list. They were like, "Hey, can you come back another time?" And so Bob was with me, and it was before I actually started doing specifically consulting. But what was interesting is at that time, everyone that we were talking to was like, "Oh, all that growth, that's never coming here, and it's not going to make it. It's going to, And now you guys are saying, "Is it really only this?" And so, so it's kind of interesting perspective to see both sides of that from the time I've spent with you guys.
Yeah.
But
Thank you.
it's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Trent.
Thanks very much.
Come by and visit sometime.
Absolutely. My uncle actually lives here and
you have
has lived
kids?
here for over 50 years. So he's
okay. So he's got no kids.
Not enough.
Good night.
I got beat down.
Okay, dyslexia. So our dyslexia program is serviced by these individuals: Carrie Peck, Lee Wilson, Leanne Rudolph, Kelly Quaglieri, I'm not sure if I said that right, Taryn Stanley. So just a little bit, the Texas Education Code defines dyslexia as a disorder manifested by a difficulty in learning to read, write, or spell, despite
traditional or conventional instruction. So dyslexia is not, it's not rare, it's not a visual difficulty like seeing letters backwards, it's not associated with low intelligence, and it's not something that can be outgrown or cured. So this just gives you an idea of the different areas that having dyslexia can affect. So we support students from the time that they're identified through graduation. The program that we use is through Scottish Rite, and it's Take Flight. So it includes phonemic awareness, phonics skills, vocabulary, fluency, and reading comprehension. Those are the 5 components. You can stop me if you have any questions. I'm trying to be brief. Campus dyslexia services look like small group or individual instruction. Services are provided daily when possible. Typically for us it's 4 days a week, and the sessions are 30 to 45 minutes each. Teachers or parents are able to make referrals for dyslexia evaluations. Texas Education Code requires screening in kindergarten by the end of the year and first grade by the end of January. And then those results are reviewed by the campus student support team, and their goal is to identify students at risk for dyslexia or other reading difficulties, and then they're referred to either special education or 504 for their services. So these are our current numbers. So the middle column tells you how many students are identified with dyslexia at each campus. And then on the right, it shows how many students are actually receiving Take Flight instruction. So once they've completed the program, they're still identified as dyslexic, and they still receive accommodations and supports of that nature, but they're just not receiving, Take Flight instruction anymore. So you see, as you go up through the secondary, the number of students actually receiving the instruction is much lower than the number of students that are identified because they've completed the program. So typically it takes a student 3 to 4 years to complete the dyslexia program with Take Flight. So program goals: to effectively identify students who exhibit characteristics of dyslexia, provide instruction that meets specific learning needs, provide explicit direct instruction that's systematic, sequential, and cumulative, intensive, highly concentrated instruction that maximizes student engagement, provide support for students in the regular classroom by collaborating with teachers on strategies and specific accommodations, and facilitate parent education and support. This is our team. Nope, that's the wrong one. I'm gonna stop there. You have any questions? No? Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And before you step,
I was going to say, I want to congratulate you in front, here tonight on getting the superintendent job and being named the lone finalist.
Thank
We
you.
certainly appreciate the 6-7 years that you've given to this district.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Now you're gonna have an Argyle decal in your car going to Sulphur
I
Springs,
know,
right?
I'm gonna have to get that off.
Wow, you drove here with the South Lake sticker. Wow.
I'm gonna have to stop with those decals, right?
Right.
Yes, thank you.
I have some dragons I can give you.
You do,
Yeah,
okay.
I still have some.
Yes, I have really enjoyed my time in Argyle. I've had the experience to work with phenomenal students, community, parents, staff, and just able to work with some of the best. So I appreciate that, and I truly value the time that I've had here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You so much.
Sure. Thank you.
No, we still got a lot more reports.
Okay. So tonight's theme is growth, and you will see that again in our special education report. For example, you'll see that when I created this slide about 13 days ago, that 561 students in the district were receiving special ed services. I just out of curiosity, I checked right before I came into the meeting tonight, and it was 568. So in the last 13 days, we've added 7 students. And it just kind of shows you over the years how that's grown. This is another way of looking at the same data, just how many students we've added over the years to the special ed population and the percent increase from year to year, right?
So what does TEA look at, about 10.5%?
They don't anymore because they got in trouble for doing that.
They did. Okay.
But yes, that is about the average, somewhere between 10 and 12, you know. Then the dyslexia stuff is gonna, you know, see what happens with that, right? Okay, so of our 560-something kids that receive special ed services, 524 actually attend school here. Some of them are maybe like a 3-year-old who just needs speech therapy, and their parent walks them into the school and they receive speech therapy from the speech therapist and they go back home. And then some of them are in private school. One stipulation of the federal special ed funds we receive is that we must provide some services, not all services, but some services to eligible students in private schools. We have a very large private school in the boundaries of our district, so we provide some services over there as well. Distribution of the primary disability categories that students in special ed have. Some students are eligible for special ed for maybe 2 or 3 of those eligibilities, but this is kind of their, this breaks it down by their first one that's considered their primary disability. Some of the services we provide, 301 students receive speech therapy, 122 psych services, and you see occupational therapy and special transportation. We also provide, of course, other things such as instructional services, physical therapy, and lots of other stuff. That's broken down by grade. EE and pre-K are similar. EE just means that it may be a 3-year-old kid, right, who's coming to our early learning class. It also may be a 4-year-old kid who doesn't qualify for pre-K, so they're labeled EE. Okay. Around 5th to 6th grade, and then kind of to a lesser degree, 6th to 7th, 7th to 8th, a lot of your speech-only kids, the kids who are only in special ed to receive speech therapy for like an articulation disorder, a lot of times they kind of drop off by the time middle school hits, so you'll see the numbers go down a little bit. This is our instructional or distribution of instructional settings. So where each student has an instructional setting assigned to them based on it's based on the percentage of time that they actually are in a special ed setting. So like a 0-0 is those speech only kids. That's the only special ed service they receive. The only time they're in a special ed setting is when they're pulled out to do their speech therapy, right? And then if you look at the 40, those are students who are fully mainstream. They're not, they receive all of their services within a general ed classroom through inclusion support, co-teach support, et cetera, et cetera. So the vast majority of students, 316, well over half of our students in special ed are receiving services in essentially a general ed environment, which is good. It's a breakdown of our staff. We have almost 6 diagnosticians. The 0.7 there is one of our diagnosticians has about 30% coordinator duties. As we're growing, we found that to be needed and helpful. Same thing for the specialists in school psychology. Occupational therapy has an asterisk because we have a full-time occupational therapist. We also contract out for some part-time services. Okay. We maintain a memorandum of understanding or contracted service agreement through all of these entities to ensure we provide all the services we need to. Let's see, like audiology through the UNT Speech and Hearing Center. Some of our students with hearing aids might have like an FN system where the teacher wears a microphone in the classroom and the kid has a receiver on their person, and an audiologist comes out and looks at that kid's particular type of hearing aid and the exact kind of technology that is needed in order to connect the hearing aid to the FM system, and then we get it ordered, and they do their thing and get everything working together. Sometimes we need to test students who don't speak English. They might speak Spanish. So we have a on contract bilingual diagnostician to do your IQ and achievement testing. Also, for the first time this year, we had to procure a bilingual specialist in school psychology to do some testing to us. Lots of translation, interpretation services. We still contract out a little bit to help us with our Medicaid billing, et cetera, et cetera. So this year, all those people that we looked at and talked about have conducted around 120 initial evals for special ed, similar to 21-22. We've refined the referral process a little bit, and so we've been able to maintain kind of steady on the numbers of evals we're doing. Very time-consuming process. Couple of things this year that have been new. We have a student at Texas School for the Blind and Visually Impaired this year, right? We also have a student at the Denton Regional Day School Program for the Deaf. The DRD SPD, as they call it, we have several students here that they work with, but they come out and provide services here, depending on what the kid needs. Like, it could be every few weeks, it could be once a month. But this year we actually had a student who would do better in their full-time kind of immersion program within Denton ISD, and it's a pretty cool setup. They actually are located just on a regular campus, and they're able to receive a lot of their instruction in sign language, and then they kind of go out and are just integrated with the regular campus as well. Another thing, noteworthy thing, we had some federal ARP funds, as they call it, American Recovery Plan. Very thankful that Liz allowed us to use them to procure some needed stuff and some really cool stuff. Like you'll see that kind of middle top picture is a positioner for kids with significant physical impairments. You might need to position them in a certain way in order to do some kind of therapy, whether it's occupational or physical, maybe to assist them with eating, et cetera, et cetera. And that one piece of equipment right there can run upwards of $8,000 or $9,000, and we're able to get a few of them for different sizes of kids that we have, and actually put them to use. When they arrived and were assembled, I mean, they were in the classrooms being used, so it's really phenomenal. And we were able to put a lot of iPads. The middle bottom picture is it's an assistive communication system. So I think that one's Proloquo to go, as they call it. It's kind of a popular one, and that gets loaded onto an iPad for kids with significant communication disorders, right? And it's kind of a picture communication system, and it's really cool to watch them become proficient in it and kind of come out of their shell and start communicating. Maybe a kid with a significant intellectual disability that doesn't have any speech, they can kind of start expressing their needs, and it's really a fun process to watch. Looking forward, next year in January, between January and March, TEA has started reviewing every special ed department in the state of Texas, right? Every single district, every charter school, et cetera, et cetera. They're doing it on a cycle. Every district will be monitored at least every 6 years. Our first one comes up January through March. We've already had some consultants from Region 11 come out and do some training with us, because they've worked with all the districts in the region that have already been through this process. And I think we will be well prepared when TEA looks at our stuff. Here's your growth slide. We think that next year we'll be around 640 something special ed kids. In a 24-hour period last week, it was 5 or 6 emails. Hello, we're moving to Argyle. My student has an IEP. Can you tell me? Yeah. So this is real, right? It's significant. It's happening. So, and it's exciting. 10 years out, who knows? 1,500 plus, right? special ed kids. And those are all the things that we're thinking about daily, staffing and materials administration. How does that work? What does our programming look like? What kind of community partnerships can we develop that will help us as we grow into that population? All right. Okay.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Ruggles.
Yes, sir.
Josh and Clip. Mr. Weaver, you ready?
Can't hear.
I'm just going to introduce Clip. He's with E3 and did a project for us, and included in that project, he's going to give us a yearly understanding of how our bills are doing and how much money we're saving. So I'm going to sit right here in case you have any questions for me.
We'll have a lot of questions for you.
Hopefully not.
Tommy said I had 30 minutes, so I'll cut it to 20 and get you guys out of here. No, I'm kidding. I gave
30
you.
minutes, you just can't leave the meeting until we're done.
What's that now?
You just can't leave the meeting until we're done.
There you go. There you go. I'll get it done in 5.
Okay.
There's a sheet like this in your board packet. I made a few changes because the way I did the calculation, it didn't change the numbers, but it was kind of. Did anybody find that kind of like, how did they do that? I see a head shaking. So I'm going to go ahead and hand these out so you can know exactly what I'm looking at. This should make more sense.
Thank you, sir. Well, yes, thank you.
It's 2, Josh.
I'm good.
Yeah, no, I just had an extra.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'm going to keep this somewhat short, and I'll just take questions. How's that? Some of y'all were here when I gave this update a couple of years ago. I gave one on 10/18/21. Just to rehash what we did, our base year for our project, we did all the LED lighting, district-wide, inside and outside, and the new controls for the HVAC. Our base year was the January 19 through December 19. That's the columns on the left. Excuse me. We showed on the report at 10/18/21 a reduction of about $221,000. And that's really just straight up bills to bill, electric to electric, gas to gas. That's not adjusting for weather, that's not adjusting for added students, that's not for adjusting for run times, that's just dollar to dollar. I did the same thing on this report. So if you look at the far right, and keep in mind this is just for the high school, and when we did our project, phase 2 wasn't even there. The field house wasn't there, and I'll go into that. The Argyle Middle School campus, which was the old high school, intermediate school and the admin building, it's not the admin building anymore, and Hilltop. If you look at the far right-hand side, you can see that the high school, which is now built out, we added 204,000 square feet from when we did our project, and the bill has gone up from that baseline, $187,000. That's about what you would expect adding 200,000 square feet to a building. I'll get into rates here in a second. That's another fairly large factor here. If you look at the Argyle Middle School campus, that building is still running $29,000 less than it was in 2019. I think that's remarkable considering the number of students, They added load on the buildings just from that. Rates, I'll get into that here in a second. With rate increases and load increases and student increases and runtime increases, that building is still running $30,000 less than it was in 2019. That's primarily due to the lighting. That's just pretty much what it's all about. If you look at the intermediate campus, that building runs about $2,000 more than it did in 2019. And I would attribute that to some of the similar things. Okay?
The intermediate campus was in.
Hilltop,
Yes.
$66,000 less than it was running in 2019. That was a big saver on the controls and a big saver on the LED lighting. Interestingly enough, when I was on the board, that building was running about $4 a square foot. And we went in and fixed it for free, and it was some switches and some sensors, and we cut $163,000 out of that building in 2003. So that building today runs exactly like I wanted it to run after we did our project 2 years ago. So let's talk about, so let me summarize that. We added 204,000 square feet. We didn't double our student capacity in 2 or 3 years, but we did double it in 6. We built out the high school. We've had rate increases. We've had some weather adjustments, and I did some heating, cooling degree calculations back there. And we're spending $92,000 more after all of that. I think that's a pretty good story. Okay? So let me give you a couple of numbers just to jot down. This is rates. When we did our project in 2019, 2020, kilowatt hours were 6.8 cents. That was your rolled up cost. 21, 22, they were 10.45 cents. 22, 23, they're at 12.75 cents. That's primarily a factor of natural gas. You've got a good utility contract with Direct Energy. CoServe, you've got about half your district on gas costs. 21, 22 is $3.59 an MCF. $6.85 today. Not quite doubled, but the gas component for you guys has almost doubled. Let's make sure we all understand how relative that is. You spend about $120,000 a year in gas. So that gas usage did go up by 40-something%. Cost. The gas component of your electric bills, that's what you really kind of don't see in your rates, but that's what I see in your rates. As natural gas cost goes up, because Texas gets most of our power from natural gas, the utility companies get that back through a power cost recovery factor. And so as we go through and run the analysis on your buildings, I look at what is the energy costing, why is it going up? And then how much are we using of it? Okay? To put it also in perspective, in 21, 22, you used 8 million kilowatt hours. Through 7.5 months of this year, you've used 4,700,000. We cut, I told Tommy, we knocked the bottom out of the bill with LED lighting. We're still using a lot less, but our dollars don't quite show the magnitude of 8 million to 4.7 because of your usage and because of these gas costs. Now, the good thing is you've entered into a contract with Direct Energy for a fairly large portion of your bills that'll start June 24 and go till December 32. that's locked in at 6.7 cents kWh, plus whatever gas component goes with that. So I think you're in good shape on rates. You can't really do anything about your local co-serve. You're captive to them. But you have done everything you can on the LED lighting. You've got your controls in place. Tommy's done some things recently with, cutting back on lighting, cutting back on schedules. I think this parking lot was supposed to go off at 10, and I think they'll just extended it, right? So I think most of the buildings, they've cut the parking lots and that exterior building lights from midnight to 5. They turned them off, and you're already seeing some benefit to that in your bills. So all these things add up.
So, one thing that'd be helpful, I understand what you're saying, that the $92,000 increase is not really $92,000 increase. I understand that. It'd be helpful you probably have the actual kilowatts available to you, so why don't we look at apples to apples and look at the kilowatts, and then now the kilowatts, and on like models, and then we can actually assign the difference at full cost of what we're paying right now. That's the savings. And I'd like to,
I wanted to bring that to you tonight, and I got into it, and I got into the spreadsheet, and I got into the analysis, and I showed it to Josh today, and I said, this doesn't make sense. The big bill makes sense. The readings at the building levels, they don't make sense to me. And so we will do some more analysis. We'll actually get your actual bills, not the spreadsheets, the real bills.
The usage.
What's that?
The usage.
The actual usage by building. But we have that. I have a spreadsheet. Liz, that spreadsheet, I tripled the size of it. I have a reading for every building in the district by month. And what I'm telling you is the spreadsheet as it was put together, it doesn't make sense to me because the cost per kWh in these buildings is all over the map. I want to get my hands on the real bills. And I think we can come back to you next month and give you exactly what you're asking for. Because if we can get kWh and MCF of gas, and I have that, we'll get BTUs per square foot. And that's what you're really talking about, is how much energy am I using? How efficient am I in that building? And then how much does it cost, right?
The cost we can't control.
Right.
Correct.
But,
Can I ask this question, like Argyle Middle School, the 23 on the far right-hand side, where you have 29,706 in savings, when you compare 19 to 22? And I'm just looking at that facility because I'm thinking in 19, even though it was a high school, that we were using, it's probably similar capacity as it was today in 22, and we saved 30,000. But my question is what did we spend to convert that facility to this more efficient?
I don't have that information with me.
Okay, I mean, yeah, that I wasn't here, so I was just kind
Sure.
of curious, am I getting a good bang for the buck here?
On a per campus basis, I don't know, but I know the
I've got it, I didn't bring it
the
with
contract amount total for everything was 1.8,
me. 1.8 something.
0.7 something.
I just remember it being 2. I rounded
Yeah,
up.
2 million.
Yeah.
Right at
But-
$2 million.
and the projected savings,
Right below $2 million, right.
The projected
Rounded
savings
up.
was approximately square
Couple
footage,
hundred.
like for footage to like footage was about 200 grand a year, which it delivered in year one. I mean, I just did some round numbers that 2019 was $710,000 on an annual basis, gas, electric, and everything. If you just add those columns up, if you go look over here in 22, increased square footage, additional building here, it's 780K. Well, that's an increase of 10% when you had electric rates have doubled or just right at doubled. The gas rates have almost doubled. So I think we can dig into it deeper by campus and get a better understanding specifically of what you guys are talking about. But total to total, you had an increase of an annual rate of about 10%, but your rates, an annual cost of 10%, but your rates went up. You doubled your electric rates and you almost doubled your gas rates.
I'm trying to be helpful here and saying if we do things, take out the cost right now and do it by kilowatt, we can actually see how much we saved And then
Yeah.
you could associate
Yeah, in terms of
today's
usage.
price
Right.
is what we get credit for.
I can get to that.
Yeah.
I can get to that. I thought I had it. And it didn't make
Sure,
sense
Josh
enough,
is
and I've been doing this for 30 years, it didn't make sense enough to me that I didn't feel comfortable bringing it in here. There's too much variation. I know what you spend per kilowatt hour. It wasn't reflected in this spreadsheet. So what that told me was my KWH is off. And if my KWH is off, then my analysis is worthless. So I want to get my hands around that. Any other questions?
Is that, once you get that spreadsheet cleaned up and working the way you want, is that something that we can just plug in by campus? Can we have that and just say, hey, I mean, Greg, we want you to come give us a summary, but it might be easy for us just to plug in another month. Hey, here's what the bills were, and we get a running total all the time.
Y'all got a great spreadsheet. I took yours and just added a bunch of stuff for me, but I think it's something that you can take and add to that. I'm trying to get my hands around this usage on these buildings. It doesn't make sense to me.
Okay.
And that could be multipliers on meters that aren't being calculated properly. I wasn't gonna bring that in here, but I will next month, and it will be right.
All right.
Well, one thing on the intermediate school, it's sat empty half that year that you're looking at, January 22 through December 22, is an empty building. So that might affect some of those kilowatt.
Sure, it should, unless, hopefully it was turned off or scaled way back.
It hadn't had students in it, but they've still had power all
true.
over there.
The doors were open.
And the other thing that got to keep in mind is any of these energy projects that we did that were anywhere near and around COVID, there's just such odd data in that. But we can still get back down to KWH and MCF of gas by building, track that year to year, and it takes out the cost factor. The only thing involved after that is weather, and we can even account for that, so, okay? Any other questions?
No, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Jeff, get back to order here.
No.
I got something better for you tonight.
All right.
I told you it was coming.
I'm ready.
I'm ready for better.
So I didn't get any pictures here for this one, but we have completed the parking expansion next door. There's just a couple inspections left with the town before they give us their final sign off. It's not a CO for the parking lot, so it's going to be a lot simpler and quicker process.
No elevator.
Is that?
There's no elevator.
No elevator. No elevator
So
slows
Jeff,
down. That is correct.
On the parking, once we have the stadium there as well, we have enough parking for whenever we're full at 2250, you think? So we'll be covered for parking once we get the stadium.
So
in
right now,
for that high school.
the way we've looked at the stadium thus far, we've had one meeting with Flower Mound, is we're trying to go with a 5-to-1 ratio to reduce the amount of parking that we're required, because that's just dollars. And right now, I think have enough parking if we go 5-to-1 with what we have on site for the stadium. So we're going to probably add minimal parking with the stadium. We're going to add some that will be some closer spaces and things like that, but I think just by the numbers, we're already a little over the 5-to-1 ratio without adding anything.
But if you look forward.
But looking forward, we will need more
We'd need more parking, right?
at 2250.
We know where we get that because we're actually going to build on to buildings too, so.
Correct. No, that's something we haven't done a lot of master planning with that, but we're starting to get into that process, both at this campus and down the street, to kind of get a little more in-depth on the master planning to see where all these parking lots, building expansions, fields, all that would go. So next, we're looking at our sixth grade center renovation. So here we've got photos of the restroom tile. These are the
That looks
two
so
old
much
bathrooms in
better.
the hallway. So they look a lot better, even with no
compared
toilets.
to what it was, that looks amazing.
It does. We've also started the window replacement. So here a couple weeks ago, we removed all of the old windows and got the new ones in. A lot of them are still boarded up. Some of the glass was wrong that they had pre-ordered, but here's an outside and inside photo of them. It looks a whole lot better with the new windows in there. It's going to be a lot more efficient. The windows don't open anymore. They're insulated. So that should help with Clip's next report. Here we've got some interior shots. I just picked a few of the rooms. They're already doing the prime paint. We've got gypboard installed in almost all areas. They're doing tape and bed, prime coat on it as well. New ductwork is installed. And these are all pictures right now of the old admin hallway. There'll be a few pictures in the other building in a minute. And here they are. So in the original intermediate, the round building, as it may be called, some people call it that, we've got new flooring that's going in. They're making real good progress there. They'll probably be, I would expect, finished by the end of next week on that. So that's the two photos on the left, the hallways. They've been painted, lockers are removed, new floor. On the right, I still hesitated showing you this photo, but it's better than it was before. So you can see all the saw cuts where we had to remove the slab to install the new underground plumbing. This is going to service all the new kitchen equipment with the new layout, the new serving lines that we've pulled outside into the cafeteria space. So this is actually already poured back now, so it looks better than this picture. So don't worry, we're going to make it. Next, we've got transportation building renovation. So here, I don't know how many of you have actually seen that building, but if you look at the picture on the right, you can see that gray kind of diagonal line going up the wall there. That's where the stairs used to be. So we've taken them and shifted them 90 degrees around the corner. So we maintain access to the mezzanine while we take over the first two bays to turn that into their training / classroom / meeting space. Here's some pictures inside the old office area. They've got some new framing going up for the new office configurations, the new restrooms in there, and then just a picture in the back where we've installed a new sewer line. The new fire water line will be installed next because that building will get sprinklered. Next is our maintenance building renovation. So this is the old archery building and metal building behind the intermediate school. So here again we've got interior framing that's ongoing. If you look at the picture in the middle, we also had to saw cut some floor out of this building to put in new plumbing. So that's what you're looking at there, where it was saw cut, and this was actually the day they poured it back. Moving to 22 bond projects. Elementary school number 4. We had groundbreaking last week. So Pogue has got mobilized, construction trailers set up, construction fence, silt fence. We've got a submission in to the town of Northlake to start their development review process, which is really all we go through with Northlake since we're in their ETJ. So that, I believe, has a June 20th P&Z meeting date attached to it, assuming that everything has been provided, that they don't come back and need more information that delays that. That's the current schedule we're looking on to be released.
So it's all in the ETJ?
It's all in the ETJ, but with the development agreement out there, we do have to get a building permit, so we've submitted to Safe Built Direct, which is who they use. So we actually will get a building permit. We actually will have inspections, but it's not actually through the town of Northlake. So it's kind of an unofficial permit and inspection process. We are talking with them to see if we can't go ahead and possibly start some early grading ahead of their approval at P&Z of the plan. Haven't heard yet if they'll allow that, but we're going to continue to try. So stadium and indoor activity center, we've had two meetings so far to start those projects. I'm expecting some layouts any day now from them on press box layouts, we'll set up another meeting to talk about those. We're currently working to schedule a topographic survey for the civil engineer so he can develop his grading and underground plans. We are still working through site development plan. I think probably by next month we'll be able to have something on here and kind of show you some tentative layouts that we're looking at with the architect on that. It'll include indoor activity center and the stadium on that site plan. And right now we do have a reduced number of seats that we're talking with just simply due to inflation and budget, all of those reasons. So right now we've talked about approximately 6,000 seats at this point. So kind of where we're at, trying to stay within the budget.
But expandable.
But expandable, absolutely. Middle school number one, we did have our first programming meeting. The architect has gone through and edited that, and we've met with him one time since to make a few more changes. So he's incorporating those, trying to get us to a square footage that would appear to be on budget this time. Just with the raw data, we were about 190,000 square feet, and we're looking to be around 150, 160,000 square feet. So he's working through that. We have seen some site development plans. Again, I think by next month, probably something that we're ready to start showing. It does include elementary and middle school site on that plan. Obviously, there's some discussions, and the design of the elementary will change, but it will still be a placeholder for us as we proceed with the middle school project. And then we are working to get our RFQ issued for our construction manager, and we're going to issue that and look at both projects together, both projects separately, and try to explore the value in potentially awarding two projects to one construction manager. Elementary school number 5, not a lot going on there. It's really just related to the middle school. Is really the only activity we've got on the elementary school 5 at this point. So that would be exploring CM with our RFQ that's going to go out, and then just developing site plans together with the middle school to make sure we've got the space allocated for that school, regardless of what the final design is.
My only comment on elementary 5 is early design thoughts. And I know we're not going to change it entirely, but when we went from west to south, there was teachers, admin, different people who said, hey, if we could do it again, we'd change this. And those changes were made. I'm not sure what we've done from south to elementary 4. And if we haven't done much, at least I would ask that we start looking at the people who've taught and been part of South and West, or especially South, because that's kind of the updated version, that we learn from them, and at least we engage that with elementary 5.
Absolutely.
I think there's a lot of value to that from west to south.
Parking was one thing, right?
Well, one of the things, I mean.
From west to south.
From west to south, parking was one of the concerns.
Absolutely.
But south, we're already talking about remodeling some of it.
He's talking about where we're taking out the
On the
office,
design.
you know, where the classroom has the office in there. And
Oh,
we're
yes,
making it into
yes.
a full-size room.
Yes.
I mean, we're 1 year in and we're changing the layout.
Yeah,
Well,
that's,
it's
I mean, that's
really-
certainly easy enough to do, before we build it.
It's more to accommodate the crowd than it is to really, because of the layout being deficient, it's more the crowd. It's the numbers, it's to get it's to get capacity.
Definitely look at those things to make sure we're improving it all the
It
time.
just is more as far.
We don't want to repeat a mistake.
As far as advanced we can get, and I think we got
Absolutely.
that opportunity with 5.
Yes.
Thanks.
Just miscellaneous 22 bond projects. These are renderings of our 2 new playgrounds that are coming to Hilltop, currently scheduled to install beginning June 12th. Also,
Will they have the sails like the other playgrounds?
they didn't show them in here. They won't have the sails. They're going to be just a traditional hip shade structure is what they are, which help reduce the cost on those. The sails are a lot more expensive to do that style. Our orchestra shell, still looking at a possible late August installation on that. Ricotta cameras and access control replacement, it's ongoing still. We've already got some cameras. I don't, Greg, you may know, are we done at West? I've seen some.
Almost everything.
Almost. So we're nearly done with all the cameras on the projects, and then once school gets out, we can kind of go a little faster on the card readers. We didn't want to cut anybody's access off by changing them too soon. So I expect that'll probably wrap up sometime in the month of June. Land acquisitions, we've got some conversations that were ongoing with Jack First and his engineers. Our engineer, architect, myself met with them last Friday. So should be getting some input from our civil engineer, and then going back with, questions, comments to them. And that's it. Are there any questions? Anything I didn't cover that you need to ask about?
That the first site you're talking along 377, the joint site.
It is along 377. It is a combination site for an elementary and middle school.
You mentioned taking square footage potentially out of middle school 1. I know they were going to give you a VE list. Did that all get put together?
We're working on a VE list for the elementary school.
For 4?
For 4.
Is that
yes.
all put together?
That is put together, and what we actually did is we wound up incorporating much of that list into the last 10%. So from a 90% set of drawings to the 100% set of drawings, a lot of that, in fact, most of it got incorporated. We're still going to maintain the list and try to identify the value, but it's actually going to be part of the GMP rather than a shopping list to reduce it later.
So
because we already knew we were coming in over.
Do we know what effect it had on the bottom, on the GMP?
We do not know the effect on the bottom line yet. That is something that we're working on. Right now, I'd like to try to bring that to you. It'll probably be July when we come to you with the GMP, but we've already got some dollars that you've approved for grading and site utilities, so we can progress once that's released with North Lake. But here in the next probably 2 weeks, we'll have a pretty good idea of the GMP, but I want to make sure we have time to go through it and discuss it with you guys, and before we bring it to the meeting as an action item. So I probably will not see that until July as an actual GMP final total for approval.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want him to do his action items while he's up there?
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Go ahead, Jeff.
It's 11 o'clock.
We're getting our action items now?
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna go
his.
back to. We got one more report,
Oh, so
but we're gonna let Jeff.
It's the
Quite an introduction. We actually
the last one.
first meeting.
This is a quick one.
That's one of
Hang in
them.
there. First action item at 11.
Which
Yeah,
one do you want to
13I,
start with, Jeff?
and then we'll do J.
Which one says?
Mm-hmm.
Are you going with G?
Uh,
No.
I think it got renumbered. It's I and J,
Okay.
I believe is what they are now. Yeah, I and J. So this one is 13I. So this one, after meetings and conversations with our Denton County ESD 1 fire marshal in the town of Argyle, they've come back and said that we do have to sprinkle the rest of the old administration building, so that includes the gymnasium and the front office where DAEP currently is, that section, and then where all the old locker rooms were. So we're still negotiating with the contractor on the price, but I didn't want to delay bringing this to you, so I brought it to you at their full price that we're still negotiating with them. So this is really a not to exceed type approval that we're seeking, and so this would increase the contract. This is a change order to their contract. Be of $172,110, and then anything we're able to negotiate less, we'll just take whatever approval we get here, and that would just roll into the project contingency, which then whatever's unspent would be returned at the end of the project. I'm hopeful that we'll be able to negotiate that price down somewhat.
Okay.
So
I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 13I as presented.
So moved.
Dr. McDade, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Matthew Slayton, a second. Any other questions, further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
This next item, this pertains to actually several projects. So some are 2017 bond projects, some of them are 22 bond projects. So as we've been dealing with the fire marshal here lately, I've got to get certain permits for our access control replacements now, which requires a plan review. It's now I've been identified as $200 a plan review, and I expect the permit's going to be about $200. But Argyle Water Supply is also involved because of the fire lane and finishing the loop for the fire water line. So they've got application fees that we'll have to pay. Town of Argyle requires an amended site plan. There's fees associated with that. So this request is just kind of my best estimate not to exceed to cover all of these permit inspection application fees with the 4 or 5 entities that we're working with.
And just to clarify, not around this one, but the last one, we did a planning review. We paid the fees, and then they come back 3 months later and say, oh, by the way, you have to do sprinkler systems.
Correct.
So
Different entity than the town of Flower Mound, or
for
town
the
of
extra
Argyle.
cost that's associated with.
It's been a very difficult process. I find that there's a lack of information out there to tell you what the process is, and there doesn't seem to be a lot of communication between Argyle, ESD1, Argyle Water. So it's been a big learning process.
And there was a changeover at the ESD, right? I mean, one position.
Yes, I think so.
Which is a big.
I don't know that had anything to do with this.
You don't think it? Okay.
I don't think it
I thought
did.
it did have to do with the fire lane and the sprinkler system. Is it?
I don't believe that changeover had anything to do with that, no.
Well, whatever.
It's just their number of visits.
What's that? Yeah, their number of visits went way up,
Yeah.
so.
It's unfortunate.
Seems like there's something new every time.
Yeah. Maybe they'll bring a coupon next time.
I'll ask if they have any.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions about 13J? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 13J is presented.
So moved.
Mr. Hawksworth, motion to approve. Do I have a second? Second. So Mr. Deffenbaugh, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. All right, Dr. Wright, we're going to go back to your report.
That's fine. I'll shorten it. Okay. Graduation coming right up Saturday, 10 a.m. at UNT. We've had every one of them there at UNT except the one that was at Gaylord and the one that was at Texas Motor Speedway. This is our 21st graduation. Very exciting time for all the graduates and for their parents. Project graduations at the middle school again this year, and it's Saturday night. Senate Bill 8 was being considered today in Austin. We don't have any new definitive information on that yet. Summer school, elementary summer schools at West, secondary summer schools at high school. We will have police working in the summer with those summer schools going on. Softball became area champions, and then they were defeated in the regional quarterfinals. Baseball's still playing. They'll be playing for area in a series. We got first and third in pole vault at state, and 7th in the 800 meters. We have the UIL being sent off to Austin tomorrow for the state UIL academic meet, so that's an eventful happening for us. As you heard earlier tonight, there's been a lot of testing going on for the emergent bilingual learners for the ESL programs and for pre-K qualifications. Can stop there.
All right. All right, thank you, Dr. Wright. Liz?
So my report is brief tonight, so we'll get through it. A couple of things while he's bringing that up. I believe Mr. Deffenbaugh, you had a question about when they were talking about the ESL, about the allotment and how much was provided in addition. So just some estimates for this year. It looks like our allotment from the state for that program will be at $149,000 with a requirement to spend 55% of that directly on that program, so that's about just under $82,000. Our budget for that program is $325,000. So almost any of the allotments on special program intent codes like that, we budget more than 100% of the requirement it costs that to run those programs. The only program that we don't get to that point on is our career and technology, and we are actively looking at what do we need, what are some other supplies, what are some things that we can do to meet that requirement. So, but on the majority of all the others, we spend well in advance of what the state allotments are. So they're costly programs compared to the money that the state has allocated directly for those. And then on the E3 cost, it was $1.83 million on that. So on that project. All right.
As Mr. Deffenbaugh said, $2 million.
I still don't agree.
It's a good round number, just round it up.
Yeah.
All right, there really hasn't been, as far as the overall big budget information, that much change between April and May, except for one area, and that is on our property tax values. And then, of course, we have our budget workshop on the 24th later this month, and that's when we'll go into a lot of detail on the development and all the different ins and outs of every bit of the budget. So you get a lot more information and discussion then. Just again, there was a lot of these, like we talked about before, are repeats. Key factors are still our legislative year, enrollment and attendance, our taxable assessed values, tax rate, the formula transition grant, and the ESSER funding cliff. All right, this legislative year, right now, I even took off the number of bills that are filed. Right now, we're just looking at, I think there's a couple of weeks left in the session. Some things are moving, some things aren't. There's a lot of talk about a special session, so I'm not looking very confident right now that we're gonna have a school finance bill before this session is out. So we'll continue to monitor it, we'll continue to look at it. You know, House Bill 100 was the best model, in my opinion, for our district that had been put out there. It's waiting over in the Senate. As of last week, it hadn't moved much. So we'll continue to monitor it, but it may be summertime before we have any more information on that. Okay, taxable assessed values. This is a slide I had in here last month, just that we get our preliminary totals in late April, certifieds in July 25th. And when I talked to the appraisal district, we talked, hey, 12% would be a pretty good estimate for this year. And then we got our numbers.
34%?
About 34%.
Yeah.
So
My house don't go 4%.
this chart's a little, I don't think it converted well over when I brought it in from Excel. So you've got some exact numbers up top rather than some rounding there. But basically, you can see the jump from 22, 23 to 23, 24. And what I've got here, in fact, I'm sorry, this didn't really come over that great at all, because the red on 23, 24 is not, that is an estimate, so that's not an actual certified value.
So 22 is 4.267 was preliminary, and it came in certified at 4.1.
That's correct. So every year you have protests and those numbers come down. So I have a history of that for many, many years. I track an average of what that is, and I use that to budget with what percentage that we should come down to. So we're looking at, if we use that historical figure, it should come down to about 31%. But I do think that for budgeting purposes, we need to bring that down a little bit more, because I do believe there will be a lot more protests. I think there's.
Everybody I know.
I'm sorry, I'm protesting.
I mean, when you look at your individual taxes, in your what's on your individual homestead here, or just any property that you own, I mean, if we have 34% overall, we were looking at, I believe, just under $700 million in new value. The rest of that is appraisal increases. So, the cap is at 10% right now. So, if you look at that, a lot of that is in the cap, a lot of the increases, but this is on actual values. The numbers that I'm giving you are on the net taxable value, not the market value. So there is a big difference between market value and net taxable. So when I'm presenting you numbers, I'm presenting you net taxable numbers, okay? So yes, I'm going to use a little bit lower number than that, even bring it down to what we had last year. We thought last year was a record year for us. We were around 24, 25%. And we'd have to come down quite a bit to get to that number from last year at this point. So the main information on that is it should not change our M&O dollars because it's either provided locally or provided state because it's an amount per student. It could impact the tax rate, and of course that'll depend on the legislative session, but we were already projecting, around a 7-cent decrease on M&O. It'll probably come down a little bit more than that, put us a little bit closer to that floor on the M&O tax. The INS, though, will change. So I don't see at this point in time, I do not see our tax rate particularly going down from 50 cents, but in our last bond sales, we had projected that we would use part of our INS fund balance for our payments next year, and that draw on our fund balance and INS should be significantly less next year than what we projected. But of course, we will not be prepared to present a tax rate for that and recommend a tax rate until we get further in this process. But that's where I see it now. Not a significant change as far as our overall planning for M&O, and not a change on the tax rate that we're planning for INS, but these are large dollar amounts. And if you look at the history of going back from 16-17, we were under $2 billion, and we're hovering, over $5.5 billion right now in just a few years. Those are some
What was
really
the
large numbers.
high-end model that we modeled with RBC on capacity?
I would have to go back and look, but it was less than this, I believe.
So can you explain to me how our taxable assessed value going up 30% doesn't really help us all that much?
On the M&O side, so on M&O side, you're basically, you have an amount per student.
The state just takes it basically.
It's either you're providing it locally or you're getting it from the state. So if our values didn't go, if our values stayed, at a 3% range, maybe it went up 3%, we're still going to generate an amount per student. And so it's either going to be locally funded or state funded. And so, we're going to plug it in the formula and we're going to track it and we're going to make sure. But a lot of that is going to be dependent on any legislative changes also, because there's a lot of things out there with tax compression. There's a lot out there with assessed value caps. There's some out there with homestead exemptions. And just see, where does that end up? How does it affect it? I believe on the proposals, for the M&O side, on most of the proposals on the bills that I saw, if it was an increase in the homestead exemption, you would lose dollars locally, but the state would do a hold harmless and pull that money into, so the school would not lose money on that as far as the funding. Same thing with the compressed tax rate. If you compress your tax rate and bring in less locally, then the state's going to provide more on
If
there.
your values go up, but they compress the rate, you're still making less per
doesn't
value increase.
Like if you're budgeting off 12% and we settle in at 30%, that 18% surplus doesn't help us say, hey man, we got a need in this district. We need to go hire emergent bilingual staff members. This is great. Now we have 18% surplus. We can go staff that need.
Right.
That's not
Not at the way we're funded right now. And you have to remember that we're a formula transition district, so our amount that we receive per student is still set from that formula transition grant, and any changes in there will not affect our bottom line until we.
It just takes money
the funding,
away.
Yeah.
However much they increase it by, they take it away over here.
Right. So.
I'll never understand
Yeah.
It is going to help us on the INS side.
It will. I mean, an increase like that is significantly higher than the last presentation that was brought to you by RBC. And so they've already done some first analysis for us on this, on what it could do for potential capacity for the future, what it could do for our tax rate this year and the next few years going forward. So as soon as we get those preliminary data, we send it off. They do some work with it and keep, and they're very well aware of the fact that the numbers that we have right now will come down. So they've made that adjustment too in what they're predicting. But that's the biggest change of information so far. Again, formula transition grant, I'm just going to mention that one more time. That is very important, that any legislation we would want for a full finance bill, we would want an extension of that. Again, the one that had the extension is House Bill 100. Bless you.
All right.
And then our goals for the budget is to present you with a balanced budget for 23-24, still maintain that 3-month operating for fund balance, have an increase in the compensation plan, We're going to continue to monitor the legislation, and we'll have much more in-depth detail for you at our workshop on the 24th. So. And then I left the slide in here on our fund balance that I presented with you last year, just to kind of show you where the fund balance is going up from 15-16 all the way through 21-22. And I don't think that line came over either. We'll convert it next time. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Liz. Okay, we're actually going to move to discussion and action items. So 13A is just a discussion. We do no action being taken.
Right, there's a policy that I'm sharing with the board, asking you to take a look at it. I know it's getting late, but any comments that you want to make on this, I'm going to bring this back as an action item at the next board meeting. It gives you some guidelines for naming facilities. It also gives you, it can be exterior spaces, it can be athletic fields, and you have a choice. The board at the time can either use a committee or not use a committee. That's always an option. That's one of the things I like about this, is that it puts it on the board at the time. There's a dedication plaque, so I'd just like feedback on this. It was in your board book, so you can provide feedback.
I will have comments. I think some of that language is pretty mandatory, and I'd probably want it to be, I mean, it says the following guidelines shall be followed. I mean, that's pretty mandatory. I think it can be, you know, maybe shall be considered. But there are some words in there that I think would allow for some more flexibility that I'll provide feedback on.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I
You'll
appreciate-
send an email.
I appreciated the general flexibility, that we could rely on a committee.
Or not.
Or if we don't have to. But I would say to our board, we're gonna have several buildings being built, several names to name, and we're gonna run out of directions. And I would really highly advocate for us to get a long-standing, community-based, administration-based naming committee to start setting up a strategy, you know, because we know when these things are going to come down, and we know what type of building they're going to be. And I don't think our role should be deciding what a name is the year before something opens. That's just, I would love to take advantage of a long-standing naming committee. That's my point.
I'll let you chair.
And this gives us the flexibility to do that if we want to.
Well,
Okay.
Dr.
Chairman of the
Dr.
Merit Naming Committee.
I mean, Dr. Wright, as you said, like, you know, there are districts that have policy that that kind of give them the vision of naming, and then there are some districts that don't have anything. So I think it's important to at least get that framework out there for sure. Any other comments? All right. Again, questions and feedback, please send them to Dr. Wright.
Okay.
Okay, 13B.
She's been here for.
Sorry, Amy.
I'm so sorry.
It's educational. It's good. I'll make it quick. Although sixth graders have been off the National School Lunch Program since 2014, the campus that TEA designated as 042, it was intermediate, it was on the National School Lunch Program. So because of that, I'm recommending that we remove Campus 42, which will be the sixth grade center, from the National School Lunch Program. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have about that.
I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 13B as presented.
So moved.
Mr. Hawksworth, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Deffenbaugh, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, nice. Sit here all night. We got it.
You should have done it earlier. You got another one on here? We should just.
No, I want to watch it.
I
Oh,
want
we
to
have to-
just
we have to
read
sit
it.
through all. Let's see. Yes. Okay, so this, you heard in construction report that we're working on the transportation and maintenance centers, and this is for FF&E for those two facilities, and this is an amount not to exceed. Jeff has done some work on some estimates as far as, how many offices, an amount per office, how many different areas we have to outfit, and we feel like that we will be able to come in well below the 110,000 that we're asking for. This would give us flexibility that we've got the project out for quote right now to be able to order as soon as we can to bring those in and have it in once the buildings are ready. The budget, original budget for this was $294,000, so we feel like we will fall well within that, and we still feel like the $110,000 is on the higher end of what we would see. So that's the request, is a maximum not to exceed for that FF&E for that project.
I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 13C as presented.
Motion to approve.
All right, Mr. Westrom, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Matthew Slayton, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you.
All right, this is the one that Amy is waiting around to hear.
No, she was waiting on the last one. She said one more.
One more.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, this is the budget amendment. So for fiscal year 23, and can you go down to all right, so this is your 199 revenue. There, if you remember, there was one donation on there for $10,000 for safety and security. This increases that donation line item there. And on the second page there, if we'll scroll down to it, you'll see that expense being added to the function 52, which is the security expense, and that would give us authority to actually go out and use that donation within this budget year. But the largest amount of this budget amendment is on the third page, and it's this one right here. It's for our student nutrition fund, and as you can see, we're asking to increase our revenue by $443,000, and we're going to offset that with expenditures in there with $443,000. The largest part of that is from your local 5751. That's your local food service revenue. So those are sales that are actually happening in the cafeterias on a day-to-day basis. So you'll notice our state program revenue. We are not looking at like the breakfast program, the lunch program. We're not looking at changing those. Those estimates were pretty good at the beginning of the year. But their sales all across the board have really exceeded. I believe there was one campus south that wasn't. The rest of them that have far exceeded any expectation for this year. And so with more sales comes increased food costs. So they would like to continue operating. So we'd like to put some expenditures back in. However, we have looked at her expenditures for the rest of the year and feel like she will come in well under the 2.814 million right there. So she'll end the year with a decent increase to her fund balance. But again, it's just it's a phenomenal year for her department, for their sales, and for what's going on in their cafeteria.
I mean, it always is just crazy to me that you have a standalone business and you're making budget every time. Thank you.
Blowing it out.
And phenomenal food. So,
Great food. Yeah.
thank you.
And I want to put another little plug in here for her department. They have started a small part of catering. If you'll notice, they always cater your meals here, but they've also started doing that for some of our departments and some of the things that we have going on here. I believe they were catering some of the end of year luncheons at one of the campuses, the Eagle Partner and the real estate functions here. So if you were here and you happened to sample any of the food there, that was our student nutrition. It's great food. It's a great.
I know my company reached out to use them for one of our employee events, and we were told no.
Yeah. She's working on it. She's
Instead of day of.
She's got a great plan for next year to really expand that program. There's lots of areas that we can use that across this district, of times where we're spending dollars outside of the district, and that can be utilized here with our student nutrition fund. But again, it's phenomenal food. They do a great job. Sorry, had to put that little plug in there for her department.
I can give kudos on what was that? Was it the Eagle Partner
Eagle
breakfast?
Partner breakfast.
The burritos were
Very
outstanding.
Yeah, but again, like it's a testament to everything you're doing. Like I said, at my business, I was like, well, we were looking for someone to cater for our employee appreciation lunch, and we were like, hey, our gal can do it. So
That was very flattering. I just told her I'll reach out in the fall.
yep, definitely. So, all right, I will entertain a motion to approve action item 13D as presented.
So moved.
Mr. Matthew Slayton, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. Leona McDade with the second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. One more, Amy?
I'm gonna go.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You opening that? Okay. Last month, I did tell you that Fit and Wise is not going to fund any more athletic trainers. And we have another one that the district is going to need to fund an additional $50,500 on. We were already paying part of the trainer, but Fit and Wise was paying a significant amount. And then high school needs a math teacher at an estimated cost of $68,000. So I'm asking for approval of 2 positions from M&O at a cost of $118,500.
I entertain a motion to approve action item 13E as presented.
So moved.
All right, Mr. Hawksworth, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, Mr. Deffenbaugh with second. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you.
Okay. The district currently contracts with a staffing agency to provide a physical therapist 10 hours a week. For 23-24, physical therapy needs are estimated to be 15 to 20 hours a week. Under the current contract, a minimum of $51,300 will be required. Alternatively, the cost of employing a half-time, 20 hours per week physical therapist is estimated at $40,000 to $45,000. So this request will save the district $6,300 to $11,300. The district recommends employing a half-time physical therapist beginning in 23-24 instead of contracting for the services. So it just really amounts to using employee services instead of contract services.
And saving money. All right.
And I know Mark's not here to talk about this, but
He's been using.
where's the
contract services.
guesstimate of 15 to 20 hours per week coming from? You know, because right now, it's if you can get away with the 10 hours per week and you know how much that costs.
Well, he's looking at the students who are in the program right now, plus the students that they've been already in, and he's estimating that the physical therapy needs are rising from 10 hours to 15 to 20.
So doubling.
He doesn't, well, 15 to 20. Potentially doubling, increasing by 50% to 100%.
The question I have is, and this may not even be on the right item, but like, my understanding is, you know, we're getting requests from different schools and principals to hire certain staff members.
Yes.
And I'm fine with, when the recommendation comes in, it says, hey, I wanna hire a math teacher and a physical therapist, and it seems like I'm sure we need that. But is that coming at the expense of hiring an emergent bilingual staff member? I don't know. Does that make sense?
Well, this isn't going to increase costs. It's a matter of changing it from being a contract position to being an employee
Yeah,
position.
and I was
But
thinking-
yes, absolutely. When we hire a math teacher at the high school, which we desperately need, that's $68,000 that could be used on an emergent bilingual.
We had to make that decision.
Yes.
Yeah. But I don't know what requests we weren't able to honor.
We have a list of requests that we're reviewing and prioritizing that we'll bring to you as a budget workshop.
Okay, then that's all. And so we'll know at the budget workshop which ones we weren't able to fill, or meet.
Well, or which ones we haven't filled yet,
Okay.
right?
All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 13F as presented.
So moved.
Mr. Matthew Slayton, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Westrom, second. Any further discussion?
Can I say something real quick? That was
Yeah.
one of the things that Dawn and
Jump
I
right
talked
in.
about recently, is another EBL aide at some point at her campus because of the number of kids. We're just not to that point yet. We're just kind of waiting to see what other teachers we need to hire first.
Yeah.
Because we saw her numbers.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's being considered by Liz and
Yeah,
you
we-
and
But we're
campus
bringing you a
principals.
balanced budget too.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, there's tough choices in there.
Mm-hmm. To balance the budget there are.
Yeah.
And to keep 3 months of operating expense going into fund balance.
And to try to compensate our educators as best as we
Right.
can.
Which is important, extremely important to retention.
Okay. Did I get a second on that? I can't remember.
Yes.
All-
Josh.
Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you.
Okay, Tommy and Angel, do you want to talk about the parking lot?
And Mr. Garcia, thank you for you waiting so long
Yes, I
tonight.
do. I'll try to get this done without falling asleep, okay, guys?
You're due back in 4 hours.
Yes, right.
You could start painting tonight, potentially.
I might as well just stay up, right? Yes. As y'all can see, I'm here to get the approval of the striping and seal coating of all the parking lots in the district. It's been 3 years since we have striped any of the parking lots and 6 years since we have seal coated and any of the lots. This is going to cost $100,000, but that is part of my budget for this year. So I recommend the approval of the seal coating and striping of all the parking lots.
So I just have one question. So you mentioned, you said that we haven't done it across the district in 3 years?
Yes.
I mean, I know we
it's-
have some new parking lots.
It's done every 3 years. The striping is done every 3 years, and the seal coating is done every 6 years. So this is the year that they both are combined and done together. So basically, every 6 years, they combine together.
Okay. I'm just thinking about in the future as we get more parking lots and more striping and needs, does it make sense to stagger it instead of hitting it all at once? I don't know. You guys are the experts. Does it
Well,
make sense to
I mean,
say, hey,
we
we're gonna
do
these 3
stagger it, I
campuses
guess.
this year,
just-
then this year?
Well, the striping and then the way it falls, they fall together every 3 years. The seal coating is done every 6 years.
But my point is, you don't have to do all the striping.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Stagger it.
Yeah. Let's talk about striping.
Striping
Do
and
you do it every 3
striping.
years, or
Striping
do you do Hilltop this year and AIS this
Yeah,
year?
that is something we can
Just
look
a way
into
to,
and to
to
get
spread
done.
the
Yes.
cost out
Yes.
so that we're not.
Yes.
And again, I'm not the expert. You guys are. You can
Right.
say no.
Right.
That doesn't
Yeah,
make
no,
sense.
you're
We're
right. As
stupid.
we get bigger, that is
No,
an
we're
option we can look into. That is, we can look into that. We'll probably have to end up in that
Yeah,
way as
as
big
we get
grow.
bigger, we're
Yes.
gonna have to, right?
Yes, and I mean, realistically, it would be hard for somebody to probably get it all done all summer as we do get bigger, so we would probably have to stagger it as we go along.
Now, one question for you. I know you do it every 6 years. Do we need to? Could it be every 7th year? Could it be, I mean, anytime you extend it a year, you're saving 20%?
You are, but you're also pushing it after the 6 years. You are pushing it where now it's not seal coated, and now you could have more damage on the asphalt. This is for the asphalt parking
protection.
lots.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's for more protection. The longer you wait, we're pretty much already extended it as far as we can. The more you wait, then you're probably it's going to cost you more in the long run because you're going to get damage to the asphalt.
Okay.
It's in budget, right?
It is, yes, yes.
Yeah, it's part of his budget. All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 13G as presented.
So moved.
Mr. Matthew Slayton, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Hawksworth, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you.
Hope you get
Sticking
some
around.
sleep. Appreciate it.
Tommy said you can come in at lunch tomorrow.
It's funny because we were talking about saving some money the energy manager and I have been meeting this is the second month that we've met. We've turned off the parking lot lights and the wall packs to all the buildings from 11 to 5 a.m. So we called him a while ago and told him to leave them on till midnight. So
We're gonna
we
put
needed
this on
that.
the counselor's budget.
Okay, so this is really a good thing here that we're bringing to your attention. The Texas legislature has set forth new school safety standards that require all districts to meet certain requirements for our student safety. They have given a large amount of money to all districts as grant money to help us to become compliant with these new rules that they've set forth. So all of the districts qualify for different amounts. We qualified for $250,000. Greg and myself and Jeff all kind of worked together putting this together, and we interpreted all of the rules that they said we had to be in compliance with, and we were in pretty good shape with everything but entry resistant film, and that's where most of our money's coming from. The other things are some Verkada ring cameras that go for all the entrances that don't have vestibules. So there's 5 of those in our district that we feel like that we need to keep safer. And then some iPads for each of the office staff that faces away from the window so that they could always have that pulled up to see who's coming up to the front. And then fencing that finishes off Hilltop's back fence and then the intermediate school. So those are all the things that we have left to do to make us in minimal compliance with all these rules. And
Is
we
this
have put,
is this the 2022-25 grant?
it is.
And are these vendors letting you do it and not pay until you get the money?
Right. Yes. So Liz and I've been kind of dealing a little bit with this and talking back and forth. My understanding is whenever we have the work done, that's when the money's released to us.
There's a process I don't know on any grant that I don't do and request drawdowns on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are they letting you draw down on that now?
I haven't put any drawdown on, we haven't spent anything on it.
Okay. I know a lot of vendors right now are letting you do the work, sign the contract, do the work, and they're not requiring you to pay until you get your money. So she knows how to do all that. I just was curious.
Okay.
I think it's very good use of the money.
You bet. And it's money that is
So
not ours.
this will cover all our campuses, and the window requirements and door glass requirements
It
for
will.
all the campuses?
Every campus
Okay.
will be in full compliance.
Awesome.
Nice.
That's great. I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 13H as presented.
So moved.
Mr. Hawksworth, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Matthew Slayton, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. The time
Got that gavel.
is 11:41, and we are adjourned. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it.